Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. I'm your host, Sam Slays. I hope you're well. I hope you're chilling. How are we doing on this fine Monday evening? What is Gucci? King Mark, what's good? I hope you're well. Welcome on in. New sub badges indeed. Um, that's actually a really great starting point to kick off what we're going to talk about. So, yeah, new sub badges are available right now on the channel. I updated the badges from obviously your first month up until like 3.5 years. So you get a new badge every so often. I think you get a new badge each month up until the first year, and then after the first year, I think it's every like half year. But, like every 6 months after that, you'll get a new badge. I think the one that I have currently is like the 3-year badge. So it's like pink and grayish, and then the one that Mark has is like a lime green mixed with like a blue. But yeah, new sub badges are live. I also switched out the Music Mondays logo. So our emotes are very much up to date as well. But per usual, I'm your boy Zom Slays and your host. I hope you're well. I hope you're chilling. So we're here live with episode 108. Let's talk updates. Let's talk what's going down with Music Mondays. Let's see how we're feeling. So, much to discuss. But you guys know the drill per usual. Episode 107 of the Music Mondays podcast is available on all platforms. So huge shout out to anybody that ran those up. Anybody that showed love to episode 107, including anybody who submitted and everything like that. You guys are amazing. And huge shout out to anybody that's really running up the YouTube, man. The YouTube is doing really good. So all the promotion of our YouTube channel has actually paid off, which is really nice. So huge shout out to everybody that shows love on the channel, man, because I see you, the staff sees you, and we thank you. But let me take a sip of water, and we're gonna go down this list of updates. I'm grinding for that 3 years. Let's fucking get it, Mark. I think my longest sub is like 2 years. I think somebody has the 2-year badge right now. But yeah. So episode 108 is available everywhere. We kicked off the week with a brand new staff member announcement. Arctic, or XO Arctic, is a brand new Music Money staff writer that we recruited last week. At the start, we announced them on the roster. I think it was Tuesday after the show. So huge shout out Arctic. Arctic is also a writer for 108 Mics, which is another underground media platform that has definitely been around for a while. I've definitely been mutuals with 108 Mics for quite some time. So huge shout out to 108 and huge shout out to Arctic. You can expect Arctic's first article probably at the beginning of March. So be on the lookout for that, and go show love to Arctic if you see Arctic around. I'll definitely be sure to link Arctic's socials down below as well. A brand new YouTube upload is available right now on the Music Mondays YouTube channel. And it's actually a really important upload. We uploaded that on, I believe, Thursday. Thursday, we published our 2023 Music Mondays guide on how to submit to the podcast. If you're interested in submitting to the show, you're wondering how, you get in contact with the podcast, you get in contact with Music Mondays, why we do the things that we do, feel free to go check out the current 2023 Music Mondays podcast submission guide. A brand new article is live right now on allmusicmondays.com by none other than Ray Lowe. Ray has been sitting down and doing these really intricate one-on-one interviews, and this is definitely an article that you need to go read. Like, absolutely. Ray has just been absolutely killing it with the transcribing, actually like going out of, you know, the usual box and sort of the standards for interviews, Ray has been really killing it. So if you're interested in some really intricate, straight to the point writing, definitely go check out Ray's latest piece on allmusicalmondays.com. Yeah, huge shout out to Ray, man. Ray has been fucking destroying shit, if I'm being completely honest with you. So, what else? Well, SoundCloud Sunday, volume 69 is available on our SoundCloud right now. Again, huge shout out to everybody that submitted to SoundCloud Sunday. Anybody that shows love to SoundCloud Sunday. Again, like, that's like probably the best SoundCloud playlist you're gonna get, especially on like a weekly basis. And you guys know how I feel about the playlist, so definitely go show the playlist some love, and you know, share that playlist around, man, because there's a whole lot of stacked gems every week. Like, literally every week. It's actually insane. So if you're looking for what's brand new, definitely check out SoundCloud Sunday. So huge shout out to Depressed. I think it was just me and Depressed this week curating on SoundCloud Sunday. So huge shout out to Depressed, man. And like, Depressed is another one, man, that I think I spoke about last week a little bit, where Depressed is an excellent curator. Just really cares about the scene. Really wants to like put these extremely hidden individuals on, man. Like, I can't thank Depressed enough, man. Depressed is absolutely an excellent curator. Like, everything you'd want a curator like to be. Like, no exceptions, no shorts, no stones unturned. Depressed is a very good curator. So with that said, go check out SoundCloud Sunday, volume 69. So, that about takes care of the last week or so. But what's coming up for Music Mondays? Well, I think the biggest thing that we can talk about is In Case You Missed It Monthly. In Case You Missed It Monthly, January edition will be live this week. You can expect it Friday on the website, and of course you can expect it Friday on all of our socials. So In Case You Missed It Monthly, if you don't know, is our monthly written segment where we break down that month's drops. If you dropped an album, if you dropped a single, you've just been killing it throughout the month, In Case You Missed It Monthly is exactly what you're looking for. So In Case You Missed It Monthly, January edition will be live this week. So definitely be on the lookout for that. Really, we're essentially trying to keep up our content flow. The staff is in a really good place. And if you're ever trying to contact the team as like a little sidebar, allmusicmondays.com/contact is a perfect place to get into contact with any of our writers, our curators, any of the staff designers, anything like that. Definitely go show them some love, or just go contact them, man. But we're definitely going to be focusing on more recruiting and more of the content that you guys really enjoy. But also, we're going to be expanding our YouTube channel as well. Expect a couple of new drops there. As far as new series, just one-off videos and things like that. So YouTube is definitely going to be something that we're going to be somewhat focusing on, but it's not going to be like a priority or anything like that. Because everything is, right? We do a lot here in Music Mondays, so definitely expect some YouTube changes. There was one other thing that I had to mention. Oh yeah, expect a lot of guests on the show this month. I have a couple of segments for Feature Friday and Workshop Wednesday lined up as well, and we're really just trying to keep on everything, to be honest with you. Like I said, the staff has been killing it lately, so we're really just trying to keep ourselves in a cycle and really keep growing the platform. So huge shout out to everybody that's not only been supporting Music Mondays, but been supporting the staff, and huge shout out to everybody that just sees what we're trying to do, man. Truly, I say it every week, but I will never stop saying it. So huge shout out to you guys, man, honestly. So that's what's coming for the rest of February. As far as like the next week or so goes, like I said, a couple of shows booked up. Expect some guests on the show. Lots of new YouTube content in case you missed a monthly January edition. Um, yeah, yeah, lots of really, really heavy stuff coming this month, and a lot of the same old stuff that you guys love. You know what I mean? Like, we're always gonna improve everything that we have, but a lot of the stuff that we know that everybody loves, we're gonna keep the same. You know what I mean? So, one other thing that I wanted to talk about as well before we get started on reactions and reviews, Facecam will be arriving to the Music Mondays office this week. So if everything goes well, expect the first Music Mondays Facecam stream next episode. So that should be like 109, episode 109. And I'm definitely really excited for that because that's not only for the show here, but that's for every Music Monday segment. We'll be doing everything with Cam as much as we can. And then, of course, you can catch the Zomslay's regular streams with a face cam as well. So, like I said, it's not only Music Monday's upgrade, but it's an upgrade for the overall office, right? So, that's something that I'm really, really hyped about. So, expect that, like, this week and leading into next week if everything goes well. So, it'll be really dope, for sure. So, that's your, I guess, late winter, early spring 2023 Music Mondays preview. Be on the lookout for all that wonderful stuff and a lot of new surprises along the way. Obviously, a couple things aren't set in stone yet, so I'm not going to sit here and ramble about stuff that we don't have set yet, but just expect a lot of really, really excellent, excellent content from us. So let's fucking get it, chat. That's about it. So I definitely have a couple of talking points and conversations that we can get done, but I think we'll save a few things to talk about until next week, and I think we can hop right into reactions and reviews. So we'll pause our music and we'll see what we have this week. Let's go, boys. Yo, what's good, TDG? I hope you're well, my friend. Happy Monday. Welcome on in. So yeah, right off rip, before we get into reactions and reviews, the brand new Music Mondays podcast submission guide for 2023 again is available on the Music Mondays YouTube channel right now. It's also available on the website. So if you're like, holy fuck, how do I do this? Da 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 da. We made a guide last year. We made a brand new guide updated this year for what we have going on for 2023. And of course, if anything changes, we'll obviously update the guide. So, let's hop right in, my friends. Let's hop right in. So, the majority of you know what's good here, and some of you don't, and you're like, damn, why do you curate on Twitter? Da 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 da. And I'm about to tell you why. So, every week, these tweets will be in the same format. And they'll always read artists and creatives. Submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays live on 2/13/23 at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Twitch.tv/ZomPlays, which is here now. Every week it'll be in this format, and it'll read, if you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creations, drop your links and portfolios below. All art forms are welcome. So a couple of things I want to touch on here. So, I've been thinking about this for so long, and I've been wanting to change my Twitch URL, twitch.tv/ZonPlays. So, ZonPlays was originally my Twitch name for something that I didn't think was going to be like a full-time or a part-time kind of part of my career. Because when I started streaming, it was never like an intent to kind of develop a support base and, stream speedrunning and da 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 on the podcast and whatever else, right? So I always left it this URL, but now I almost want to change it, but I can't change it now because every single video that either is involving the podcast, Music Mondays, or myself has this URL under the links. And a lot of those videos will have like a lot of traction or somewhat decent engagement. So it's like changing all those URLs is definitely a task. So if anybody was ever curious about that, when I do change it, it'll be a fucking problem. I'll probably have to change the description of like 500 videos for real. So, yeah, that's a whole process in itself. Um, But that was just a quick sidebar. So back to submissions and the whole format in itself. Like I said, the format will be same every week. If you're watching the show here live, submissions are already closed since we're live. Submissions will open tomorrow for next week's show. So if you're like, yo, how do I submit for episode 109? Submissions will open tomorrow. So make sure you're following us on Twitter at All Music Mondays. If you're watching this on YouTube, submissions are already open. So make sure you go check our media on any of our social medias to find the tweet and submission form. But like I said, and like I always say, contrary to our name, Music Mondays, we also react to all forms of independent art. Because most underground creatives are multi-talented, right? So we always want to recognize that. So despite our name, we react to and review everything from instrumentals, vocals, music, fashion, digital artwork, um, real artwork, merchandise, visuals, edits, you name it, we've reacted to it here on the show. As many of you know that, but if you don't know that, now you do. And if you're like, holy shit, I think somebody would benefit from this, make sure you tell your friends. Um, and we'll never charge for submissions on the show. We'll never charge for written pieces or any type of playlist or anything like that. um so the only thing that we do ask is that you're following the Music Mondays platform here on Twitter before you submit the Music Mondays podcast, to not only help the community grow, but to help our platform grow and to give respect to everybody else that submits every week and waits for their um tracks and things like that to be played and reacted to. So yeah, like that's the main thing, right? We'll never charge anybody for submissions for anything that we do here at Music Mondays. Even if anything changes in the future, right, as Music Mondays grows, our free content will always stay the same. You'll always have the opportunity to submit to us for free, submit to the show for free, despite any future changes. So just be aware of that, you know what I mean? So the least that we ask is that you just follow Music Mondays before you submit. Um, and the only thing that I can think of is submissions close, usually on Monday morning, a couple hours before the show, depending on how many submissions we do get. So just be aware that you have about 6 to mostly 7 days to submit your tracks. And again, that helps keep the show free flow. We don't get any late submissions or, yo, can I submit my track, or da 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 da. We have a concrete kind of list on how long the show is going to be, how many submissions do we have, and things like that. So just try to get your track in within 6 days before next week's show. Um, and just like a little sidebar too, I had noticed um someone kind of brought something up, and I'm not gonna like harp on this for too long, but somebody brought up a talking point, like what if they don't have a Twitter because it's too toxic, or what if they don't have X social media platform because it's too toxic, or I got banned on this social media platform because this or that. Like, many of you know, and like I said, I'm not going to harp too long on this, but many of you know, right, that we've spoke on this at length and in very much a lot of detail a couple of times here on the show. You can go check out those segments in the tips and tricks section of the Music Mondays YouTube channel. But to just reiterate that point, man, like if you're out here getting banned, if you're out here deleting accounts because you can't handle social media, if you're out here doing the da 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 da, then I'm gonna put it like super bluntly, like you do not belong on the Music Mondays podcast. Like it's just that simple. Like if you can't put your personal feelings aside to submit your track to the show, for free to get your track reacted to and uploaded on YouTube. So you're basically getting two forms of promo for free, and you don't want to submit to the show because you don't want a Twitter account, or you don't, want to, make a TikTok because it's too toxic or this or that. Like that simply tells me that you do not take yourself serious enough to be able to give yourself that chance. There's plenty of ways to be healthy on social media, and again, we've talked at just at so much length about this. And if you'd like me and a couple of other the staff members to talk about this at length again, we would be happy to. You know what I mean? I'll break this down as many times as I need to. But just to keep it short and sweet, man, like take your feelings out of this shit. You know what I mean? Like, use social media as a tool. Like, you do not need to be on this shit kind of lurking like the rest of the normal people do. You know what I mean? Like, 90% of people on these platforms just kind of browse and do whatever because they have normal lives and whatever. They're much different than creatives. So you need to be looking at this like a tool, and you're going to be spending a lot more time on these platforms, than the average person, right? So you need to figure out a way that it's going to be mentally healthy for you. No matter what you have to do, you take days off, you use social media at certain times, whatever the fuck you got to do. Everybody's different, right? But it's a very, very important topic, and I see a lot of people kind of gatekeep themselves away from certain opportunities because they don't want to expand because of like personal whatever. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of that stuff is like it just doesn't matter in the long run. You know what I mean? Because you're trying to build yourself up and you're trying to build a career. So not a lot of that stuff is really important, especially being an underground independent artist and moving by yourself, or moving with your friends and your mutuals and your crew. So just keep that in mind, man. So that's that. And like I said, if you'd like to see us speak on that again and break down social media in more detail for 2023, feel free to leave a comment on YouTube and feel free to let us know what you think, things like that, because we'd be happy to expand on that topic again, for sure. So, back to reactions and reviews. I know we have a decent amount tonight. A couple of familiar faces, the Music Mondays regulars, I believe a couple of first time submitting artists, and a couple of people we haven't heard from in a while. So let's hop right in. Up first, we have our good friend of the Music Mondays community, Yules. Yules submitted a track titled Geeked on Arrival. Now, it's been a couple, definitely not a couple of months, but it's been some weeks since we've heard from Yules, but Yules made a couple of SoundCloud Sundays over the past week, so let's see what Yules has been up to on the Music Mondays podcast. So we'll pop this open in a new Tabaroonie. Okay, we got a blank cover. So 3 months ago, not brand new, but definitely not old whatsoever. A blank cover is better than no cover, if we're being honest. Because the no cover will just default to your profile picture, and sometimes it doesn't match. So if you just want to do some regular shit, you can just bump it up to like a solid color like this. So definitely not a bad way to be at all. But let's get into it. Yules Geeked on Arrival. This is crazy. See, that was some real crazy shit. I feel like Yules has been maturing so much with that kind of like, you know, almost like alternative, like just like experimental kind of like rage, like mixed with like kind of electronic kind of almost plug and B kind of stuff. So this is interesting. Lots of really good talking points here. But you guys know the motherfucking drill. Let's break this down. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Geeked on Arrival. Which I mean, there's a couple of themes we could go in on here for sure. So, um, let's talk instrumental. Now, the instrumental was very much a star of this track. This is very. This is just something I don't speak on a lot. Just because a lot of songs don't end up like this naturally. But some songs do, some songs don't. It's a very case by case basis, but this is one where the instrumental totally was like almost a feature on this song. This instrumental was super powerful, had such a big role in this overall track, and was almost like going like bar for bar with Yules. So this is something special for sure. Now, what's really interesting here is I'm not sure if we've reacted to any tracks with Geo Got Bands, who's the producer, and Yules. So this may be a first, and I definitely like this duo a lot because I feel like these instrumentals have so much emotion and just like have a lot of pure kind of like Yules style. I'd like to see more of this a lot. But as far as this instrumental goes, stellar. Mix is really, really crisp. I like the drum selection a lot. The synths and everything is just really, really, um, everything just flows really well. Sound selection is really, really key here. So Geo did a really, really good job. Now, let's talk vocals. Vocals are interesting because it's definitely more on the like alternative style of mixing, right? Almost pushing like experimental with like um certain pitches and things like that. But overall, I think Yules fully developed this kind of style of vocals, right? Because you could go back to a track, you know, even more than 3 months ago. Like something like Geeked on Arrival is matured, it's seasoned, it's more developed than the older Yules tracks that we've reacted to. And not to say that those are any worse or better, but you can tell that something like Geeked on Arrival is matured, like I said, and it's aged like fine wine. It's definitely like coming into its style. So that's what I love about this. Um, but I'd have to say the shining star's got to be the flow. Yules definitely killed this as far as delivery goes, and then everything in post, like mixing and things like that, really just put it over the top for me. So vocals were nice. Let's talk theme here. Of course, aesthetics, you know, kind of went the simple route. Didn't want to go too crazy with art and things like that. So just stick the black cover on it, or even just any solid color would be really nice. Because if you just default to nothing, you just have your profile picture there, and sometimes that's not like a bad thing at all, right? Because we've seen people, really do well with that, but it doesn't really work for everybody. So, um, if you're kind of just gonna do the simple kind of route, I think this is a great way to go. As far as aesthetics go. So Geeked on Arrival, the overall theme, right? I think Yules touches on a couple of things here as far as punchlines and lyrics and things like that. So there's no like one all theme that just covers this whole track. Obviously, you have your drug influences, you kind of have your party influences, but it definitely makes you want to move. So it's bouncy enough, but yet very hard and like it has like a nice touch of bass to keep it that aggressive, and I think Yules absolutely match that, like for sure. One thing I've noticed about Yules is Yules is definitely an energy kind of artist, right? So whatever instrumental they do choose, their energy will always match the instrumental or vice versa. So I think Yules flowed really well with this. It's definitely a great showcase of Yules' lyrical ability, for sure. So, with that said, huge shout out to Yules. Much, much love, my friend. Make sure you follow Yules on SoundCloud. Yules is one away from 220. That is a great, great milestone, my friend. Make sure you follow Yules on Twitter as well. Yules is 5 away from 440 followers. So, again, another great milestone. and go show Yul some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the motherfucking Music Mondays YouTube channel, man, because we are 3 away from 110 subscribers on the main channel. Like, let's fucking go. Huge shout out to you guys, man. That is so awesome to say, because we were saying 2 digits for so long, man. Like, let's go. Let's fucking go. And if you've been subbed to the channel, we see you and we thank you. And if you're not, please go do so. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, underground tips and tricks, exclusive tracks, visuals. Go check it out. It's a good underground hub. So yeah, shout out to everybody, man. Thank you. But let's continue on, my friends. All right. So, Yul's excellent. Up next, we have SLM. Let's go. SLM is super early here on the Music Mondays podcast. I feel like SLM gets a lot of the later slots depending on how Twitter likes to order some of these. You know what I mean? So, very interesting. But SLM has one of my favorite alternative kind of experimental cloud-like styles like that I have out in the space right now, like without a doubt. Definitely one of my favorites. So SLM submitted a track titled Space, and the caption reads something completely different. I've accidentally shown stuff from like every upcoming project already, so I want to share some old experiments. Also wanted to stay on the early Vitae theme. Much motherfucking love to you guys. Let's fucking get it, SLM. I am very, very excited to go into this throwback here. Let's see what we got. 7 months ago, so definitely not super old, but obviously not brand new. So very interesting. Probably dropped like midway through last year. Definitely something we have not heard at all. By SLM, prod SLM, mixed by SLM. SLM is multi-talented king, my friends. About something for you out now. Let's fucking go. Love this. Okay, SLM space, let's go. This mix is crazy. Space between is hard to bear. Pull me close and give me air. Till then I'll try to take care. I'm trying hard if I'm ever to make it there. I better depart. With time I'll get better if I listen to my heart. 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 To my heart I'm such a fan of this mix, like a lot. Let's go. Let's fucking go. See, this is like it's what I expected because it's like really really gas, but at the same time it's such like a different side of SLM. You know what I mean? Very melodic, a little less poetic, but let's break down the details. So, we're talking about three things here. We're talking about the instrumental, we're talking about vocals, and talk about the overall theme of space. So, um, the instrumental, right off rip, let's just say that the mix is very crisp. Let's just get that right out the way. Mix is stellar. Um, but something that's kind of really interesting about this is it's super ethereal. I would definitely put it in like the cloud kind of realm, but it's definitely more experimental and very ethereal. Slightly a little bit of lo-fi vibes as well. But all in all, it's very SLM. SLM has like a very specific knack, especially when it comes to self production. And SLM just has a really, really nice style when it comes to that, for sure. Drum selection was very, very solid. I'd have to say the melody was something that like easily brings the flavor here. And the drums are such a nice little um, kind of pick me up and make sure it gives everything some bounce. So this instrumental, very solid. But let's talk vocals here. The mix, man, the mix is so nice. Like this is just such a different style than we're really used to for SLM, right? So I'm a big, big fan of this mix. If we're being like totally honest, I like this mix a lot. I would even go as far as say it's the Shining Star. Now, that's not the only kind of thing that's different here, but it's one of my favorite things that's different. But SLM is, like I said, a little more melodic on this track. Um, Slightly less poetic, but not poetic in writing, but slightly less poetic in the aspect that um the delivery, the kind of flowing cadence, it's more traditional in the songwriting style, which I thought was interesting, and I think it's a really nice style for SLM. So again, I really enjoy the mix when it's bunched in with all of these kinds of things going on here. So the vocals were great, and clocking in at 310 is kind of crazy because that didn't even feel like 310. Like, some songs are 310 and it's like, okay, like, you can feel the 310. This was like you blink 310's over. And some songs just kind of have that knack. And that's what I like about certain tracks. And if I notice that, I always got to point it out. So, vocals are really stellar on this, for sure. Shining Star, like I said, has got to be in the mix. One of my favorites there, 100%. Let's talk theme. Theme. So aesthetically, we have um a really simplistic and kind of like minimalistic space cover. And it has the things you'd expect, right? Kind of like that void feeling, things like that. Um and I think another redeeming quality about this as well, other than the kind of minimal approach, um, would have to be the color palette. I think the color palette is really nice. Again, like you'll see SLM work with Michael Monago art. Michael Monago is like one artist that we've seen SLM work with time and time again. So perfect. Space is definitely like one of those more interesting tracks where you could do almost anything for the cover and it'd probably fit. You know what I mean? It really could fit. So I definitely like this direction. But the overall theme is kind of interesting here. Again, like this is one of those tracks where you'd have to break this down. Like this is one of those songs where like even a first time listener, they're gonna appreciate like the sounds throughout the track. But one thing that's like really like you got to make a point of here is you're gonna need like a good 2 or 3 listens to fully like grasp SLM on this one, and not in a bad way whatsoever. I just think that this particular track definitely has a really powerful meaning, and something you definitely like catch on to after, like, maybe like 2 or 3 more listens. So there's a very, very intricate theme going on here for sure. But again, SLM definitely takes to a slightly poetic kind of a vocal style, but like I said, this one's much more melodic, and much of the style of SLM just laying emotions on the table, and yet in such a different fashion that it almost feels different. You know what I mean? And this is only 7 months ago. So I love that SLM has been expanding this style and really just trying to um, build a foundation on this kind of like vocal style and production. Like this one is really telling, to be honest with you, especially for 7 months ago. So I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. And with that said, huge shout out to SLM. Thank you so much for the submission, homie. Much, much, much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow SLM on SoundCloud. They are 4 away from 40 followers. Go get SLM to 40, my friends. And of course, make sure you follow SLM on Twitter. SLM is 5 away from 270. Make sure you show SLM some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subaronies, so huge shout out to anybody that already has subbed to the channel. And if you haven't, make sure you go do so. We upload 2 times a week, my friends. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes. You guys know the drill. A whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So, let's fucking get it, chat. We are well underway into episode 108. But many of you guys know the drill. But for those of you that don't, and maybe you're new here, we usually just go down the tweet order, but the only thing that we do is we separate audio from visuals and all the other kind of media submissions. So we'll go through audio first, and then anything that has a visual or any other type of media, graphic art, photography, things like that, we'll do after all the audio is done. So up next, we would have the homie Mild, but we'll wrap back around to Mild submission, and Offspring is right after that as well. So we kind of get 2 media submissions back to back. So we'll wrap back around to these 2 as soon as we get through the rest of our audio. But with that said, up next is the homie Saint Wave. Now, Saint Wave has been cracking me up on the fucking show. Like, the last 2 weeks have just been absolutely fucking comedy, and not even in a bad way in the slightest bit. I just think Saint Wave is a really, really intriguing artist when it comes to making such well-structured, very crisp sounding music, and combining it with like almost a slightly comical style, whether it be in the art, in the vocals, and lyrics, things like that. So I'm definitely excited to see what Saint Wave has for us this week. They submitted a track titled Friday, and the caption reads, "Pre-game tune." Okay. Let's pop this open. Okay, wow. This cover is actually really hard. Definitely has like that Polaroid kind of old-fashioned kind of style. I was not expecting that. I like this a lot. All right, let's get into it. Saint Wave Friday.
Shit gon' happen, still the world river. I had this shit from hell, but I'm still on call. And I ain't wake up just to frown all day. I woke up to get another bag today. And the way I'm waking up make me feel like a savage. Let a nigga know in the mirror he ain't average. I just came through vintage button classics. Feeling like the best thing since cassette. Where the new cats at. I'm swinging where the bats at. I got a girl rocking her flats. Cause the heels make her wanna go back home.
Got paid, it's Friday night. Girl, come here, jump in my ride. Jump in my ride. Don't know how I ended up here, but I'm feeling this vibe. When the night gets thick, I'm in the corner and then I lock eyes with you. Do you like the party? Do you like to party? See the way you like to get down. I think I'm gonna die in this town. You're crazy, so I'm gonna tell you what. I'm a dragon, gonna light up. You wanna smoke me down? How you feeling?
I'm feeling like the best since cassette.
Hey, where the cool cats at, huh?
They chillin' where the blunts at.
Do you have a ride?
Shit, hell yeah, it's right outside.
Just got paid, it's Friday night. Da-da-da-da-ba-ya.
This is a bop.
Come here, jump in my ride. Just got paid, it's Friday night. In the city, girl, gotta be fly. Jump in my ride. Jump in my ride.
Where tonight? Where tonight? Where tonight? Where tonight? Where we at tonight? Where we at tonight? Where we at tonight? Yeah, I'm with it, bitch, I'm with it. Yeah, where we at tonight?
It's Friday night. Yeah, yeah.
Fuck. Let's go, man. Let's fucking go. Okay. So there was nothing, you know, more humorous on this track like whatsoever. Like I was looking for something that would have been like I guess the Saint Wave style that we've developed here on the show, but now we kind of like are digging into like the real Saint Wave and like really like what Saint Wave is capable of because this is like wow. Okay, like much to fucking break down here. So let's get into this. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. We're gonna talk about the overall theme of Friday, which is a really kind of great theme, right? But we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that. So, um, let's talk instrumental here. This is definitely on the spectrum of like alternative R&B kind of style, and I'm fucking here for it, man. Like this alternative R&B kind of style was one of my favorites. Reminds me of like the, really good alternative R&B when I was younger, right? The early kind of like, maybe like '05, 2006, maybe '04. Um, but this is obviously much more modernized. It's just up to date. It sounds crispier, has a unique style. So this instrumental is a really great choice. This producer absolutely fucking killed this. Like absolutely killed this. Um, and it has that kind of alternative style, right? Where it's not like kind of softer alternative. Like it still has that nice bass in it, but it definitely has a nice groove. You're chilling. It's like very laid back, um, alternative R&B style, but it still knocks. So like that's what's nice about this. I love this instrumental choice a lot. I think this fits Saint Wave very, very well. The instrumental solid. And again, the mix there is really good as well. Nothing clashing too overbearing. Um, but let's talk vocals here. So, man, so many great talking points here. But I just want to start off by saying the mix is really good. For all vocals across the song, like nothing, um, It sounded clashing to overbearing. Nothing was really out of place to me at all. I like the mix a lot. So with that out the way, and I think that's something we've kind of learned to get used to with Saint Wave. We've gotten enough submissions. I'd say like probably like 3 or 4. And all of them have been mixed to a T. I think Saint Wave, um, and whoever engineers Saint Wave's tracks, do a really good job. So the mix is awesome. Um, but wow, so many great talking points. Like all the verses are really, really stellar by Saint Wave, but the hook is something else, man. Like the hook is something else. Like it really balances out that kind of R&B element, but Saint Wave kind of grounds you back in and like brings like that nice kind of slightly like in your face delivery. And it just balances out the track really nicely, to be honest with you. Um but I have to say the Shining Star is definitely the hook, man. The hook is like everything in this. The hook is super catchy. It's very like original. It's not something that's like, I don't know. It's just very original to me. It, it's it's so much better when it's like organically crafted like this. Um, so I'm a huge, huge fan of this hook, man. I love the delivery, and another great talking point is Saint Wave on this track. Very laid back, but making just as much of an impact as usual, lyrically and cadence wise, for sure. So let's talk theme. Aesthetics, like this cover, like I said, is probably one of my favorites. I love all the Saint Wave covers just because there's a lot of like redeeming qualities in most of them. Whether they're comical, they're always all high quality, but this one kind of gives that Polaroid like vintage retro kind of feel, and I'm liking that. Like I'm fucking here for that. So well done on the art. Um, so the aesthetics are great. Now let's talk theme. I mean, relatively obvious theme, right? It's Friday night, just got paid, let's go kick it, da da da. Like, what a great Friday night vibe song. What a fucking great Friday night vibe song. And not something that, like, um, it's rare, you know what I mean? It's unique, it's organic, it's like hot. Like this is something that could easily pick up in the underground scene and in front of the right audience, you know what I mean? This will go crazy. Like, this is a perfect kind of Friday night kickback, chill, drink, smoke, do whatever you gotta do, and just kick it, man. Like, of course, the theme is relatively obvious, but I felt like everybody involved was able to break down Friday nights into just nothing but good vibes. You know what I mean? Like, it's very simple and made into a way where anybody can get behind a track like this. Um, but the thing that makes it special to me is it's very organic. It's unique. It's got its own kind of spice to it. You know what I mean? So that's what I fuck with a lot. Huge shout out to Saint Wave, man. Make sure you follow Saint Wave on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow Saint Wave on Twitter. Saint Wave is approaching 950 followers. So make sure you go show Saint Wave some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every motherfucking episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subscribers on the Music Mondays main channel. So go sub the channel if you haven't already. And if you have, thank you, my friends. We see you dropping like, dropping comment, showing love on the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And like I said, if you haven't, go sub. We upload 2 times a week, exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. Let's fucking get it, chat. We are back here live with episode 108 of the Music Mondays podcast. I'm gonna sip some water. I'm your host, Dom Slays, and I am parched. How you doing? Let's fucking get back into this. So, up next we have one of my personal favorite submitting artists as of lately on the Music Mondays podcast. I mean, everybody who submits is my favorite, but this is one artist that has definitely stood out heavily. And Blank Thought, just as a producer, is a producer that really considers themselves an artist, right? They may not do vocals, they may not, um, you know, do other like main artist activities, but producers that treat themselves like artists because they are really separating themselves. And Blank Thought definitely has every single trait when it comes to being a producer that respects himself and is trying to build a brand and really treats himself like an artist, you know? But with that said, Blank Thought has been killing it for the last few weeks submissions, so I'm definitely excited to see what we have here. Blank Thought submitted a track titled Time and Time Again. 2022. Okay. I'm definitely interested. Let's get into it. Blank Thought, Time and Time Again. Aw, shit.
Dirty. Look, I let my mind get loose in the booth. The cops cruise behind, stay cool in the coupe. These niggas can't move how I move. Old school can't groove how I groove. Seeing new school Snoop, he got the juice and the proof. Seen tip into the team, seen sitting 22s. Hit the switches on them too. Quick to switch a nigga move. That's your boo and you, your mama and your cousin too. Feeling blue when them Cadillac doors push through. Elevator ain't new, doves cry, we flew, nigga. Is it rules to the game? It's a few, nigga. Words come alive, your lies, they breathe too, nigga. Saw your tongue tied when you eyed that we know, nigga. It's a damn shame. Please do not play me around your missus or your ma'am dame. Hoes hate the sentences I spit like it's a mansplain. Niggas talking like they killers. I can't stand lame, sweet like a plantain. And I heard they maintain, safe to say I'm on my timing. Time and time again I tip the throne, you never recline it. It's hard to claim your spot as king, that's when the joker behind it. It's hard to count the damn stars, it's when they never align it. It's hard to count the damn stars, it's when they never align it, my nigga. Nah.
Damn. You see the fork in the road, brother, you better move. Hit her with my jackknife, now she want a spoon. A lot on my plate, not asking for nothing. Hungry, I got an appetite for
Holy
destruction.
shit.
Keep it solid, no slack in the front end. Starting to lose patience like Putin, I'm rushing. Stop saying
What
you
the
go. You ain't
fuck?
did enough. You lack wisdom, nigga. You ain't live enough. Mind greater
Yo,
than
he
five
ate
later,
this.
Surprise haters. I'm Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber. So what you saying? Whole crew advance. She like my Dragon Balls do a fusion dance. Feel like Trunks came back from the future. Don't let the likes and the followers confuse ya. Claim king, but a joker behind you. It's hard to count the stars cause they never aligning, nigga. Damn. It's hard to count the stars cause they never aligning.
Wow.
Yo, Blank. It's crazy.
Literally. Oh, man. Oh, man. What the fuck? That was so nice. That was like, wow. Like not many tracks have that kind of specific feeling, man. Wow. Okay. All right. I have a lot to say about this. So let's break this down. We're gonna talk about three things. You guys know the drill. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Time and Time Again. So the instrumental, man. Wow. We already know that Blank Thought is an extremely fucking talented producer, but when it comes to the way that these samples and certain mells and Blank Thought is a wizard, an absolute wizard when it comes to the instrumentals, like for sure. But here, man, this melody is something else, and it just feels so retro. It feels vintage for sure. But these drums bring it back to reality, right? These drums will remind you that you're in 2023, but this sample will take you the fuck back. So this is just like one of the best Blank Thought instrumentals we have absolutely ever heard on the show, like for sure. And you know the mix is always crisp, nothing clashing to overbearing. We can always expect that here. on a Blank Dot track, 100%. So the instrumental is really well done. The melody is like wow, like absolutely a talking point, absolutely. Um, so let's talk vocals here. Two artists go in on this instrumental, and I think they have such great um styles that blend together because this first artist just really laid a nice foundation when it came to um coming in on this first verse. So when Massa came in, it was like you could tell what kind of vibe this was about to be, and you could really start appreciating like the delivery of everything. So it got you ready for this second verse, but it was really notable how well this track even could have done with just the first verse, like absolutely without a doubt, and just kind of like half instrumental, half verse, and that would have been really fucking like just as good. But we get into the second verse of Rome, and it's like, dude, it's like, what the fuck was that? That was yes, like big time fucking yes. Um, it's got that classic hip hop style, right? Really that like really like interesting like that really it's like slightly aggressive but laid back kind of hip hop flow. And that's what I was saying at the start, like that kind of style is super fucking specific and like you don't really see that kind of style very often. Especially in the underground scene, right? Because when people try to do shit like that, it just sounds like somebody else, but this is so unique. So fucking unique. So I think they both killed their verses here. And I thought this was a really great duo. Like a really great duo. So the instrumental was nuts. Vocals were absolutely fucking nuts. Just an excellent duo and really like kept the aggression 50-50 with like the kind of chill, laid back, um, retro kind of throwback vibes here. So let's talk theme. Now, the cover, time and time again, you have this like really kind of old fashioned style clock and kind of matches with like the retro sample kind of direction that the sounds went in this. So I think the art is so reflective of the song, like 100%. Like even just the instrumental, super reflective, like super fucking reflective. Blank Thought is like a really talented producer sound wise. But one thing I've been learning to notice is that Blank Thought is really talented when it comes to the art as well. Blank Thought does a really good job when it comes to either choosing their art, designing their art, things like that. I really like Blank Thought's overall vision, even down to the aesthetics. But time and time again, as an overall theme and really like what's going on in this track, we have two artists really kind of laying their perspective down on a lot of life things, to be honest with you. Some personal, some slightly emotional, and then some just straight out like obvious. And like I think this is one of those instrumentals that um it's a great canvas, but it's a canvas that like influences emotion and it makes you want to just release a lot of emotion and not necessarily anger or sadness or anything like that, just emotion in general and just feel raw kind of feelings, and it just brings that out of you as like as a vocalist. It just makes you want to talk about real shit. um and like I said, there was a couple of topics touched on during this track, so it wasn't like an overall kind of theme, but you could definitely wrap it up in just an overall time theme, right? And maybe just the cycle of life. And it was just really enjoyable to see how that all tied together, to be honest with you. Because Blank Thought, again, really knows how to wrap themes nicely, 100%. With that said, huge shout out to Blank Thought. Thank you so much, homie. Make sure you follow Blank Dot on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Blank Dot on Twitter. Blank Dot is approaching 600 and motherfucking 50 followers. Make sure you go follow Blank Dot, man. 2 followers away. It's a great milestone. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 Sabaroonies on the channel. So huge shout out to everybody that has already subbed to the channel, shows love, drops likes, drops the comments. We see you and we appreciate you here at Music Mondays. And if you haven't, make sure you do so. We upload 2 times a motherfucking week. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. Ryuki, what is good, my friend? I hope you're well. Happy Monday, my friend. Welcome on in. Let's fucking get it, chat. How are we doing on this fine motherfucking Monday? Hope we're all good. Yeah, so we are well underway into episode 108, my friends. So Yules, SLM, Mild, and Offspring we're gonna wrap back around to. Saint Wave, Blank Thought. Up next, we got the homie Mac 2 times. Now, Mac 2 times submitted a track last week and it ended up being privated. So obviously, we weren't able to play it. So I was like, Mac, feel free to resubmit and we'll be happy to play it. And Mac was like, oh shit, my fault for last time. It should be fine now. Let's fucking go, Mac. Yeah, never a worry. And this goes for everybody. If you ever have a problem with your submission, it's not there, the link's not working, and we just continue on with the show, feel free to resubmit next week. You know what I mean? It's never an issue. It's never an issue. Feel free to resubmit. No problem. The only way we'll deny your submission is if you're not following the page and we've already reviewed it. That's about it. That's like the only 2 things that will get your submission denied. So no worries at all. But let's get into it. So Mac got to resubmit Mission. So I'm definitely interested because now we have the chance to see what Mac has going on here. You mean I can submit Wave Dash 100 times? No, absolutely not. That is not what I mean. You mean I can't? Are you serious? That's absolutely comedy. So yeah, this was the track that Mac kind of wanted to submit last week, but we ran into link issues. So let's dive into this. Mac 2 times, Mission.
Or physics.
Oh, you're going crazy.
Started from nothing right now on a mission. Now I got a whip and the windows is tinted. Fuck everybody, I don't care about your feelings. I see right through all the fake shit. I ain't with it. Can't fuck with these bitches. I know they gon' switch when I blow up and come back. Let's get for forgiveness. It's time to lock in. I ain't got that much time left. I gotta start handling my motherfucking business. Started from nothing right now on a mission. Now I got a whip and the windows is tinted. Fuck everybody, I don't care about your feelings. I see right through all the fake shit. I ain't with it. Can't fuck with these bitches. I know they gon' switch when I blow up and come back. Let's get for forgiveness. It's time to lock in. I ain't got that much time left. I gotta start handling my motherfucking business. So I can't wait to say that I made it. All this time that I should have been wasting.
What?
Hella distractions. It was the bread that I should have been chasing. I ain't had no plus I was facing. I was drinking and
Wait.
getting faded. I ain't tell a damn, so I was doing. I knew at the end I was always gonna make it. No matter how hard I would try to pass out, something in me constantly had my heart pacing. The whole time could have died. Ain't gonna lie, I wanted to. Swear I'm so lucky that shit wasn't racing. I'm knowing some niggas is mad at me hearing this shit, but I'm sorry. You just gotta take it. If ain't talking about it, I wouldn't get through it. Be in a deep hole and I know I'd be gated.
What the fuck? Is this Mac, bro? Like, am I bugging? Is this fucking Mac?
Something in me constantly had my heart pacing. Started from nothing right now on a mission. Now I got a whip and the windows is tinted. Fuck everybody, I don't care about your feelings. I see right through all the fake shit. I ain't with it. Can't fuck with these bitches. I know they gon' switch when I blow up and come back. Let's get for forgiveness. It's time to lock in. I ain't got that much time left. I gotta start handling my motherfucking business. Started from nothing right now on a mission. Now I got a whip and the windows is tinted. Fuck everybody, I don't care about your feelings. I see right through all the fake shit. I ain't with it. Can't fuck with these bitches. I know they gon' switch when I blow up and come back. Let's get for forgiveness. It's time to lock in. I ain't got that much time left. I gotta start handling my motherfucking business.
Wow. Yo, Mac. motherfucker done leveled up again. Holy shit, bro. I was not expecting that. Like, Mac has been leveling up for a while, right, chat? But this is another step. Like, this is a whole nother step. I am thoroughly impressed. Um, so we're not even about to sit here and gas this. Let's just break this down and hop right into it so we can talk about the details. We're talking about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Mission. Okay, so let's talk instrumental here. Love the cover art. No, I agree. Love the art. Beat gives me little baby vibes. Talk. This is crazy. Shout out Mac 2 times. Um, that's the that's the chat I was looking for, was the little baby vibes, because definitely brings me like a little baby vibe for sure. Brings that like heavy modern trap style, but the mix is something else. Like, this mix is like chef's kiss for sure. But yeah, this instrumental extremely solid. Hockey is definitely not a producer that we've heard Mac work with before, but this is just an obvious duo. Like, 100% this is an obvious duo. We need way more of this. This is like such an improvement, like, and it's just a level up that you can hear with everything, and it really starts with the instrumental. So I love the choice, but I'd have to say the shining star here is the drums. I love the drums here. And the drums are really such a good like talking point about this instrumental, but more specifically the 808s are like A1, 100%. So, instrumental choice very solid. I definitely want to see Hockey and Mac 2 times work way more, like 100%. So let's talk vocals. That is like the biggest thing here for me. The flow and the delivery are like a whole different person, man. It just it improvements all around, literally from like the very recording to the mix to just the small details of everything about this track shows me that Mac is just like slowly leveling up and trying new things, and really just trying to smooth out all the edges, you know what I mean? And this was definitely another level up, like, without a doubt. Because everybody can always improve, right? Like, I don't care how good you are at anything, you can always improve at whatever you want. Um, and this was such a level up. Like, Mac has just been really killing it. Especially through the last, like, 2 or 3 submissions, Mac has really like proved himself. But this blows everything out the water. Like, such a like massive improvement. I'm massively impressed, 100%. So flow and cadence were like a massive talking point here, but the hook is without a doubt the shining star, without a doubt. But the writing is like really really motivational, and like Mac's writing is all around gotten like so much more personal, but yet like well rounded. Like, it's very consistent. It's all very like Mac is saying so much more with saying less. Like, there are so many great points about this writing, so I'm very impressed. Very impressed. Let's talk theme here. Now, aesthetically, I definitely agree with the chat. This cover is fucking awesome, and I think Mac said something last week and was like, "Yeah, don't mind the cover. I just whipped this up." But to be honest with you, like, this is actually like a comical cover because it's so simple, but it's so rememberable. You know what I mean? Like, you have two things that are like so prevalent, and like there's no way people could not understand the Toy Story and GTA reference. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like just that simple to where you're gonna remember it, and you're like, damn, you're just always gonna associate this art with this now because it bangs that hard as well. So I do feel like the cover was like A1, 100%. And it's just very like minimalistic, you know what I mean? Very minimalistic. But the overall theme here, I mean, Mission, right, is like Mac has always been a very kind of motivational, um emotional and personally inspired artist, right? Like Mac definitely has not been ever shy to um writing about emotions and performing about emotions and things like that. And Mission is really one of those like keep your head up, um, you know, just lay it all out there kind of tracks, but more on the positive side rather than the emotional side. But it's still emotional. So the writing here is very, very intricate. Like it's a very positive track, but Mac is always very used to like never holding back, to be honest with you. Like I always felt like we got all of Mac 2 times in like every track we heard. You know what I mean? Like Mac is definitely not a writer that like leaves any like stone unturned. Definitely like takes no shorts when it comes to writing. And to see Mac kind of like bring it all together into a hook like this and back it up with these verses that are like really like coming from the heart, really, really, really impressive. So, with that said, huge shout out to Mac 2 times. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much, much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Mac 2 times on SoundCloud. Mac is 6 away from 30 motherfucking followers. So go show Mac some love. And of course, make sure you follow Mac 2 times on Twitter. They're 6 away from 130 on there as well. So go show Mac some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subroonies on the main channel, so go show the channel some love. And if you already have, thank you, my friends. We see you. Drop comments, dropping likes, all that good stuff, and we appreciate it here at Music Mondays. And like I said, if you haven't, make sure you go sub to the channel. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go show the channel and these artists some love. Get ready for this next one. Okay, TDG. Okay. Let's see who's up next on the list we got here. So, up next, we got the homie Cole Girard, and like I said, Cole has had a really strong 2023, from singles to working on Cole's new album to just so much really good Cole content. But this week, Cole submitted a track titled "So Simple." Okay, so we got a TDG track. Wait, so what do we got here? Let's pop this open in a new tab here. Let's see what we got. So we have exclusive unreleased Cole Girard TDG featuring Cole Girard, So Simple. And I believe this is Prod TDG. Okay, so now we got the idea out here. All right. So we got TDG So Simple featuring Cole Girard, submitted by Cole Girard, Prod TDG, exclusively premiering on Music Mondays right now. Let's get it.
It's so simple, I get in
know. Clicks on lethal, I got some pimples. Fuck with us, we'll make you rebel. Cause and effects, that's your tales. I go but not down the steps, without them to flame. Get off the stage, that's my set. I'm at again. I'm at you get what you get. Hey, making waves, breaking fans in an evil world. Trying to succeed, make my way, stay alive, out the dirt till the grave. Make my name, beat the game. Staying sane, switching lanes, cause I'm impatient. Damn, I need my payment, or else shot in the pavement. This a quest, no saving, only one shot.
Not the switch up. Not the switch up.
Bucks. TDG, give no fucks. My mind is split that I can't stitch. Can't figure out what it is. Something wrong, no. Been up and down low. Still trying to go beyond, no. Trying to be the man, John, no. Can't pass the rock, I ain't Rondo.
Let's fucking go. I ain't Rondo. Let's fucking get it. Holy shit. Now, this is such an underrated duo. The majority of the work that we get from TDG and Cole is usually Cole mixing for TDG, or sometimes TDG will just have the beat or things like that. But now we have Cole and TDG on the same track, and it's like, okay. So much to discuss here, my friends. Much to discuss. But let's break this one down. So we're going to talk about three things here. We're going to talk about the instrumental, we're going to talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of So Simple. So, the instrumental, TDG has such a unique experimental style with instrumentals, it's great. Like, the influences are there, right? You have the hip-hop influences, you kind of have the more bouncy or boom-bap influences, some electronical influences there as well, definitely some pop influence, but it's so experimental, it's not made up of just one genre. But it's very consistent at the same time, right? I don't think it's too experimental to the point it's erratic. I do think it's a perfect amount of experimental, so that's definitely a really great talking point here. But I like this choice of instrumental a lot. I do feel like it fit Cole's style well, especially being a prod TDG beat. So TDG probably kind of had a vision for this, and Cole definitely fit that vision really well, in my opinion. So I think these two blended well on this. But I think the other thing to note as well, the mix is really, really solid. Nothing clashing to overbearing. But that's to be expected, especially if Cole's involved with the engineering and things like that. But as far as the instrumental goes itself, I like the mix a lot. A lot. Shining Star would have to be the drums, though. I love the drum selection. Definitely stays bouncy. I like the bass. Definitely punches through really nice as well. So, instrumental, very solid. Let's talk vocals here. Right off the bat, the mix is really solid again, especially for the vocals. Nothing clashing with the beat, too overbearing, nothing like that at all. But again, to be expected with a Cole Girard kind of track. Not really a shocker there, right? But I think these like these two work so well as a duo, right? Because their styles are so mixed together with so many genres, but they're able to do them one by one in like multiple like versions in one track. Like I've seen multiple Cole tracks where Cole has like switched styles like so effortlessly and made so many styles kind of blend into one on one single track. And I feel like both TDG and Cole have that ability here. And So Simple definitely kind of exaggerates that and really tries to bring that out of like both of them, and I feel like it does a really good job at that. Like they try to they try to do their own thing, but they end up being a really nice duo just because their styles are so naturally like similar. and I think they both fit really well on this, like really, really fucking well. Um, but deeper than that, the writing is something to really touch on here. Not only does it have a kind of like more unique mixing style and delivery, but I think the writing for both of them is like a really good talking point, like a really, really good talking point. TDG's always been a really good writer as far as punchlines and lyrics go, but Cole has that ability, but Cole kind of switches out that tactic from song to song, right? But this is one where I felt like Cole and TDG were almost in unison and really working together and really flowed with this instrumental really effortlessly. So it was almost like these two were meant to be on this instrumental. It was perfect, definitely. So the instrumental, very, very solid. Vocals, extremely solid. I feel like you both absolutely killed it, especially when it comes to the beat switch. Um, let's talk theme. So aesthetics. Cole definitely designed this cover. I want to say Cole definitely designed this cover. I'm gonna go out on a limb just because I recognize the font and Cole's a fan of that font. So again, excellent, right? Like, kind of he did. I thought so. I thought so. Um, but kind of like a collage, like mashup, kind of deal here. And I really like covers like this, especially when it comes to collabs, right? Realistically, you can do whatever you want for a collab cover, but I do like when they come out nice, like this in forms of like a collage, and kind of get like a mix of both artists in there. So well done, and it definitely brings that kind of like a vintage style as well. Um, but let's talk overall theme here. So the track title is so simple, is kind of like a play on words, right? Because it's about things that are like it sort of in relation to like things that are easier said than done, right? Like so simple and just a really nice play on words and really a theme that almost anybody can get behind. If like I'm being honest with you, like anybody could get behind a theme like that where um it's kind of like it's kind of like one of those things where um it's like a simple kind of starter theme, but you could really dive super deep into this kind of wordplay, like without a doubt. So that's my thing with it. Is it definitely has like I guess like a more simple theme, but Cole and TDG are such good writers and lyricists that they can break this down and really make a whole story out of this without a doubt. Yo, Surge, what's good? Welcome, welcome, happy Monday. Easier said than done is spot on for the theme you picked up. Let's fucking get it. Yeah, no. And the fact that I even kind of got that energy off of it shows how well that TDG and Cole were able to bring that to the track, right? And that was just my first time listen. So I was able to really listen to this and really hear them out and try to understand where they were coming from. And it's not that you like sit in the studio and try to think about themes like that. You just write songs and, try to make them really cohesive. And I think they both did a really good job at that, to be honest with you. So with that said, huge shout out to Cole Gerard. Thank you so much for the submission, homie. Much, 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 much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Cole on SoundCloud. Cole is 10 away from 60 on SoundCloud. And of course, make sure you follow Cole Gerard on Twitter. Cole is 8 followers away from 50 motherfucking followers on Twitter as well. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 110 subaroonies on the main channel, so huge shout out to anybody that already has subbed to the channel. And if you haven't, make sure you go do so. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of really good stuff is available. So, my friends, how are we doing on this fine Monday evening? We are well underway to episode 108. How we doing, chat? How are we doing? I'm good. That's what I like to hear, my friend. That's what I like to hear. Let's go. Nice chill Monday night vibes. You know what I'm saying? We're just kicking it, just relaxing, get a little snack, get a little drink, do what you gotta do. You know what I mean? So we are doing really well. Yules, SLM, Mild and Offspring we're gonna wrap back around to because they have media submissions. Saint Wave, Blank Thought, Mac 2 times, Cole, and up next we have Lil Wet Wet. And Lil Wet Wet is oh wait, no, is this a video? Are we about to have a video submission here tonight? Oh shit, we got a video here tonight. Okay. So how many media submissions is that? So Mild is a media submission, Offspring's a media submission, Lil Wet Wet is also a media submission. So we'll wrap back around to those three after we bang out the rest of the audio. So continuing on, we'll put those on hold and we'll make sure we tend to the audio first. And like I said, we'll wrap back around. But continuing on, up next, we got the homie Bloodcat. And Bloodcat, 2023 has been all work, no play for the B-Cat. Definitely a very a special member of the Music Buddies alumni. Bloodcat has definitely been around for a while, as far as the Music Buddies podcast goes, but their sound in 2023 has matured and evolved in a way that we all expected. But it's such a pleasure to see, regardless. So I'm very, very interested to see what we have from Bloodcat here. They submitted a track titled Frat Boys, and it's exclusively unreleased. So let's pop this open a new Tabaroonie. Produced by Phantom, rest is by me. Demo version. You got lyrics. Oh man, this is gonna be crazy, I bet. Okay, let's hop into this. Bloodcat, exclusive, unreleased track, Frat Boys.
It's a beautiful world. We got blood, meat, and metal. You're a beautiful girl. Ease up on the pedal, just coast. Take a toast to another year home. Say you're strong, but I know you got glass bones. Love's a long road, baby. No, we be swerving. Go, baby, go. Feeling low, thinking worse things. Blowing kisses all up through the smoke, baby. Burn me. But now she's doing cocaine.
What?
Frat boys at their houses, and she's having a good time and a bad time all at once. And she's good at reminding herself she's on drugs when she's tripping out altogether now. Said Molly make her talk, Molly make her body so cold. So cold. count the weapons in your mouth. My little lemon, deck of the eight. My penicillin make me better, make me good, yeah. Doing cocaine with frat boys.
This hook, bro. What the fuck?
Good time and a bad time all at once. You're so good at reminding yourself you're on drugs when you're tripping now. All together now. Said Molly make it talk, Molly make your body so cold, so cold.
Wow, man.
You're so good at reminding yourself you're on drugs when you're tripping now. All together now. Said Molly make it talk, Molly make your body so cold, so cold.
My lord. Let's fucking go, BCat. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I don't know how BCat does it, man. I really don't. I really just don't know. Like, every hook just... Wow. Jesus. Well, alrighty then. Fuck me. This one's really nutty. This one's really fucking nutty. And also, we had somebody earlier in the chat ask, how do I submit to the show? Make sure you follow All Music Mondays on Twitter. Submissions open every Tuesday. Submissions always close when the show is live. So if you're interested in submitting for next week, make sure you follow All Music Mondays on Twitter. You can just do !MM in the chat. Everything is linked for your viewing pleasure. So yeah, this is really something. This is really fucking something. I don't have Twitter any other way. Unfortunately not. If you're interested in the show, you gotta have a Twitter. But I think the big thing here is the storytelling. We're gonna have to break down a lot of things, but we're gonna talk about 3 things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of Frat Boys. So, instrumental. Now, Phantom isn't a producer that we've seen Bloodcat work with many times before. And if at all, to be honest with you, I think this is a first. Yes, it's 100% a first. But this is more on the alternative pop kind of side, but this is filled with emotion. And this is something that's really prevalent in all of Bloodcat instrumentals, but this one has this kind of insane direction. Like really insane direction. That's like it's very similar to Bloodcat's usual, but I feel like Bloodcat does so well when Bloodcat gravitates towards this kind of instrumental. 100%. But as far as this instrumental goes, the drums, like the 100%, the drums are really insane. I think another talking point is the structure here. Like, the structure is really fucking cooked as far as the instrumental goes. Clocking in at 347, you kind of got to make your instrumentals worthwhile, right? If they're going to be this long. And wow, the structure really made this worth it. Like 100%. Everything from the drops to the drum selection. But like I said, shining star for me, it's got to be the drums. So big thing there. But I like the choice overall. And again, this isn't really like a typical instrumental choice. It's just not something that every artist could really pick and write up on. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very kind of special instrumental, and Bloodcat is known for that. Just having a knack to write to insane instrumentals, honestly. So I love the choice. Well, let's talk vocals here. So, a mix is stellar, but that's no surprise. Typical Bloodcat. Always has a nice, crispy, really tight mix. Nothing clashing to overbearing. I think the I just think that's a very common trait for Bloodcat now. Like, even in the experimental kind of mixes and sounds, like you can always expect a really concrete mix when it comes to Bloodcat, 100%. But like Bloodcat is such a fucking songwriter, bro. Like that, like it's so insane to me how good Bloodcat is at songwriting. There are so many talented songwriters in not only the Music Mondays community but the underground community in general, and wow, you know what I mean? Like wowie, wow, wow. Like Bloodcat, man, fuck. Like this hook is just, it's something. It's something. Like like without a doubt the writing is the shining star here, but the delivery is amazing. It's filled with emotion and it's so descriptive. Like the descriptive part of it is really what like plants you in Bloodcat's kind of shoes here, and you're right in sort of Bloodcat's head, and you're picturing the things that Bloodcat is spitting and really like laying out on this track. So the writing is without a doubt a massive shining star here. But um the hook in general though, and like just the delivery of everything is just so stellar. Like Bloodcat has really been chipping away at this style for well over like a year. um you know, just on the show alone, Bloodcat has been creating music for way longer than that, but as far as the show goes, just been chipping away at the style for so long, and it's really nice to see Bloodcat just continue to break new ceilings and just improve this style. So really well done on the vocals. um So, let's talk theme. Now, aesthetics. Bloodcat has been going in the direction of using Bloodcat's own art. You know what I mean? Bloodcat is also a multi-talented artist when it comes to creating, not just vocals, but real art, art on canvas, digital art, photography, visuals. And this is just another like addition, just another addition. So more classic VCat art right there for sure. Um, but the overall theme is great. Like the overall fucking theme is great. Like this is such a storytelling song. Like I feel like I'm in a Netflix show when I'm listening to this. I'm not kidding, bro. Like this has such a fucking story, and like you can only get songs like this if you write from the heart, and like you write from your own experiences, and like you write from your own kind of point of view, right? Like some people can just pull stories out of their ass, and then some people just have stories in like real life, and they sort of like expand upon the details, right? And again, like the hook is proof of that, like the verses are proof of that. Like Bloodcat does a really good job at making you be in Bloodcat's shoes in this track, without a doubt. I mean, the theme is relatively obvious for the track title Frat Boys, but the lyrics are such an ode to that, and I think Bloodcat really did a good job making us feel what Bloodcat was feeling in this track, 100%. So, with that said, huge shout out to Bloodcat for letting us premiere that exclusive unreleased track. Frat Boys, make sure you follow Bloodcat on SoundCloud. Bloodcat is approaching 1.4 on SoundCloud. And go show Bloodcat some love. And of course, make sure you follow Sirica Saturn on Twitter. Sirica is approaching 30 followers. Sirica is Bloodcat's alternative Twitter. Make sure you go show Bloodcat some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode will be featured. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 110 motherfucking subs. So make sure you go sub to the channel. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, the whole drill. Holy shit. Bloodcat's taking us on a fucking trip, ladies and gentlemen. That was crazy. That literally fucking cooked me up, man. So yeah, 3 media submissions, and we just got done with Bloodcat. I believe somebody said something in chat. Hold on. Let's go back up here. Maybe Discord. Yeah, no, the reason why we take submissions in one place is to keep the show free flow. Not a lot of people do a lot of live shows, so we keep them in one place for a reason. You know what I'm saying? so we don't have to go searching through DMs and da 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 and whatnot. Feel free to join the Music Mondays Discord, but we'll be taking submissions through Twitter probably for forever, to be honest with you, because it not only helps grow the platform, but helps grow the underground community, right? It helps people find a place to network and things like that. Discord's more of a place for one-on-ones and the community to really do their own thing and sort of get all the Music Mondays updates in one area. In the future, things might change, but Twitter's the place where everybody knows the podcast submissions go. So there's a reason for that. But continuing on, my friends. Up next, we got our good friend and Music Mondays staff member, Michael Jones. Now, Michael recently put out a brand new album, and Michael actually submitted a Joji remix, which is actually crazy. I've heard this track personally, but we haven't expanded on this on the show before. So I'm definitely excited to get into this. And of course, always show love to Michael Jones, our Music Mondays staff curator and designer and producer and DJ. Michael has done a lot for Music Mondays. So, with that said, let's get into this. I love the cover a lot. I love the cover like a real lot. It's definitely some very like comforting kind of vibes for sure. A bootleg remix I made of Joji's song Before the Day Is Over. Single to my album 13, releasing everywhere January 13th. Please don't sue me, Joji. Please don't. All right, let's get into this. Michael Jones, Joji, Before the Day Is Over, Michael Jones remix. Well done. Well fucking done. Um, Michael really has such good takes on remixes. Like we've had one hosted on the Music Mondays SoundCloud, and you definitely need to go check that out if you enjoyed that because wow. Um, but we're not gonna speak too much on vocals. We're gonna focus on the instrumental and the overall theme here. So let's break this down. Let's talk about the instrumental. Michael has such a great style when it comes to flipping songs and remixing. Especially coming from a producer, it's such a nice style. Like it is such a nice style. Every time Michael touches a another song for a remix, it's always completely fucking different. Like it's always completely different, and it brings a new energy to whatever track Michael touches, right? But it doesn't like turn it into something completely different, which I think is such a like gentle thing to do. It is such a gentle thing to do because like you could really go fucking super crazy with remixes and end up with a fire remix, but it's not anything like the original. Michaels respects the original but brings it into like a whole new light. Almost like a reproduction if you will. Um so that's what I love about this, like a lot. But let's talk mix. The mix is stellar, nothing clashing to overbearing. Um Even with the vocals, I felt like this was a really solid mix, a really, really solid mix. Now, obviously, the instrumental is much different than the original, but this one kind of brings in a more um, cloud-like alternative sort of electric feel. Really brings in some different kind of highs and lows, to be honest with you. And I bet Michael had a lot of fun creating this, like a lot of fun creating this. So I definitely think this was a perfect track to kind of remix and like spin your own flavor on, especially if you enjoyed the original. So I think Michael did a really good job there as far as sound selection goes. I think another talking point's the drums. The drums are really like perfect. Like they're not overdone. They're not underdeveloped. Like I think they're just in the right spot. Um, but that's a no surprise. Michael always has really, really solid drums. So the instrumental itself is very solid. I think it came out nice. Let's talk about the overall theme, though. Aesthetically, like I said at the start, I love the cover. Love, love, love the cover. I love the kind of minimal, simplistic approach. But you know, kept it very HD, almost like 4K, but still has a bit of a, like a vapor retro kind of feel. So I like to spin on it a lot. I do. Definitely my forte. But the overall theme, of course, is still the original Joji Before the Day is Over. But we have Michael here bringing it to us in a new light. And Michael has been doing that quite a lot from the end of 2022 into 2023. So definitely look out for more Michael Jones remixes and definitely make sure you follow Michael Jones on SoundCloud if you're interested. Make sure you bump Michael up to 830. Michael is about 9 away, my friends. And of course, make sure you follow Michael Jones on Twitter. Michael's literally 2 away from 460. So close to a couple milestones, man. Go show Michael some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every motherfucking episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subroonies, so make sure you go sub their channel. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So, continuing on, my friends, how are we? Happy Monday. We are about halfway through our submissions. Let's continue on. Let's get one more in, and then we'll go to a quick commercial break, and then we'll finish off our night of wonderful reactions and submissions. So, up next is the homie Chainsaw Huey. Now, it's been a while since we've heard from Chainsaw. Probably about like a month or so. I think the last time we heard from Chainsaw was probably December or so. So, I definitely am intrigued to see what Chainsaw is up to. So let's crack this open in a new tab because it's been a while. It's definitely been a while. 5 days ago, brand Banking new. Okay, okay, okay. Lots of love too. Okay, let's get into it. Chainsaw Huey, Flood the Streets.
It's fine as keeps. Niggas ain't fucking with me. We run the streets. Yeah, we for the streets. Drugs and guns. Yeah, we for the streets. It's inside my blood. Yeah, we play for keeps. Yeah. Couple niggas praying on me. Yeah. Couple niggas hating on me. I put on for my set and my people. Ain't fucking with me. Yeah, we for the streets. I ride so clean, ain't fuck with me. Bitch, we got the beam. We gon' put in the sleep. Put a nigga around 10 feet. Around 10 deep. I was out there sound asleep. They know how I be. You damn game knee deep. You damn pain all deep. Wish I could say gotta leave. Yeah. Wish I could stay now. Long nights and long days now. Yeah, ice out all of my chains now. Yeah, they know we run the game now. Niggas ain't fucking with me. We gon' run the streets. Yeah, we gon' for the streets. The drugs and guns. Yeah, we for the streets. It's inside my blood. Yeah, we play for keys. Yeah. Yeah. Couple niggas praying on me. Yeah. Couple niggas hating on me. I put on for my set and my people. Ain't fucking with me. Yeah, we for the streets.
Fucking go. Wow. Yeah, Chainsaw Huey's like super fucking good at that, like, come in, destroy the track, leave, I'll see you later kind of shit. And wow, like, holy fuck. Completely ate this up. Like, completely fucking ate this up. It's hard as fuck. I completely agree, Ryuki. I completely agree. So, you guys know the drill. Let's break this one down. Let's talk about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Flood the Streets. So, let's talk instrumental. Prod Zepfire. Zepfire is definitely not a producer that I'm familiar with, and I don't think they've prod for Chainsaw Huey before, but definitely a Chainsaw Huey's kind of style when it comes to the instrumental. Very hard hitting, kind of has one of those melodies that's unforgettable, very catchy. More on the darker trap side as well, but still very unique nonetheless. So all in all, I definitely like this style without a doubt, especially for Chainsaw Huey. Um, the instrumental itself, very solid mix. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Um, that's always the first thing that I try to pick up on. And one of the shining stars for me has got to be the 808. Definitely cut through everything perfectly, but the vocal sat super nice on this. So instrumental, very solid choice, very solid. Let's talk vocals. Now, clocking in at 2 minutes, right? You know, 2 minutes is 2 minutes, but you want to make an impact if your song is, more on like the sub 3 minute end. So you want to come in, make an impact, and dip out. And that's exactly what Chainsaw Huey was able to do. But before we get into that, mix is very solid when it comes to vocals. Again, nothing clashing, too overbearing. Everything sits really nicely, and I love how the drums sound with these vocals. Like, everything is really cutting nicely. So the mix is solid, but again, Chainsaw Huey was just coming in, completely destroying this beat and leaving. But I'd have to say the shining star for me when it comes to the overall track has got to be the hook. And the delivery as well. Chainsaw Huey is a very confident artist. And you don't need to know an artist personally to have that assumption and just kind of feel that vibe from them. A lot of the times delivery and attitude and a lot of the tone of voice will let you know if somebody's comfortable with their art or not. And I know that Chainsaw Huey is definitely comfortable within their art for sure. So that's one thing I love about this. But I'd have to say Shining Star Hook definitely keeps the pace up, especially for this track clocking in at 2 minutes, right? So you want to keep the pace um as up as possible, right? Like you don't really want much downtime in a 2 minute track. You don't really want to you just don't, to be honest with you. Like you want to make sure you fucking have um every space filled in this whole 2 minutes for sure. And I think Chainsaw Huey did just that. So instrumentals, very, very solid. Vocals, excellent. Um, let's talk theme here. Um, so aesthetically, kind of a simplistic approach, but one thing I love about this is the quality, like the overall image quality, super HD, but at the same time, it keeps up with like the black and red kind of theme that Chainsaw Huey always has in his tracks is this kind of black and red um sort of like darker tone, and I definitely feel like this goes right along with it. So I feel like Chainsaw Huey definitely like appreciates his branding and wants to keep that consistent, which I love. You know, I really really appreciate that. Um I think that's a great thing. So let's um let's talk overall theme here. Now, flood the streets, like simple phrase, right? But Chainsaw Huey definitely touches on a couple of ways of flooding the streets, whether it be metaphorically with music or anything else. You know what I mean? Flood the streets was again an easy kind of phrase to build upon and really make like a nice hard hitting track. Um, because sometimes you just want to write a song, and sometimes your attitude and your mood of that day or week or month will reflect certain songs. And this is definitely one of those more like high energy, high aggression kind of tracks. But slightly toned down a bit, you know what I mean? It was a bit darker. It was a bit more monotone. So I feel like Chainsaw had a nice balance here of like hard hitting aggression, but keeping it chill and like keeping it kind of ethereal and dark. So I definitely like the overall theme here a lot. But with that said, huge shout out to Chainsaw Huey. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much, much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Chainsaw Huey on SoundCloud. Chainsaw is approaching 34K. Go show Chainsaw some love, man. That's a great, great milestone. Make sure you follow Chainsaw Huey on Twitter. They are 3 away from 60 motherfucking followers. Go show Chainsaw some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already, my friends. We are approaching 110 subbaroonies. Huge shout out to anybody that already has showed love to the channel. Anybody that's dropping likes, dropping comments on the recent drops. Thank you so much. The Music Mondays staff appreciates it, and I appreciate it. And if you haven't, what are you doing, man? Go sub to the channel. We upload 2 times a week. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So, let's continue on, my friends. I think we have a couple more audio submissions. We have Matt, Surge, TDG. Yeah, like just a couple more audio submissions. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick commercial break. Huge shout out to anybody that is still kicking it with us in the late night, later half edition of the Music Mondays podcast. Make sure you go get up, get yourself a drink, make sure you go get yourself a snack, go do whatever you gotta do, smoke break. We'll be right back with more reactions and reviews after this quick commercial break. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live with Music Mondays, episode 108. We're gonna hop right back into reactions and reviews for you. Let's do this. How are y'all doing on this fine Monday evening? Shout out to the late night crew. Shout out to the Music Mondays podcast squadron, my friends. Hope you're all doing well in chat. But we left off with Chainsaw Huey. Huge shout out to Chainsaw Huey. But up next, we have another submission from Money Green Music, aka Skino B. Last week, I believe we reviewed and reacted to the first track off of Skino's new project. So let's dive right back in. I believe this is track 2. Or no, yeah, so yeah, that's right. Okay, so let's go to the whole project so we can see the track list. Yeah, so we reacted to Intro, and this week they submitted Copyright Claim. Okay. Let's dive into this. Skino B, Copyright Claim.
Peso, I love you.
You know the fucking vibes. Gang! Can't tell me about coke if you never sold it, nigga. No. And can't tell me about money if you're via loan the nigga. Sun up to sun down. For real. It's clockwork. A1 niggas still moving that block work. Dirt. Trapping out somewhere west of land. The trap sponsored by Arm & Hammer. Nigga parting my grandma. This ain't store-bought, this handmade. For real. Been trapping since Nelly was wearing band-aids. Setting the trends like I'm Migos, nigga. Fuck your BM off the Migos, nigga. Blowing C notes, nigga. Feet swerving while she deep throat, nigga. For real. Never who, nigga, we them niggas. Could give a fuck about what you claim. Just throw it up when you mention the gang. Money green. Could give a fuck about what you claim. Just throw it up when you mention the gang. Money green.
Could give a fuck about what you claim. Never heard of what's his name. We don't believe it. Out of line like you receiving. Sent energy, we ain't receive it. The routes we took was scenic. Dipping, set in the trap, knocking cam. I really mean it. Flowers in me, I'm Scotty Beeman. I'm in the field, I'm throwing it up like Willie Beeman. This ain't no store, bought the showroom. Got this office smelling like exhaust fumes. Teach you how to ship it, I taught mules. Me and Mel was giving $1 million worth of game out like Barstool. Then fill a hoopty up like carpool.
Yo, Ski, Tone, we gotta leave at 7.
For years I've been getting busy, slinging butter soft and butter soft Aries, gym stars and baggies, residue on a skizzy. Whiz in the pot, bet it come back like a frisbee. Trap it up and back out a beamer. Get ready to wake like Misty before she misdemeanor. Picture me roll a daydreamer, turned minds to reality. I only built with bricks, got me Cuban links like the two-tone Wallabies. All in, playing for keep. Fuck the night shit, made a bag, working the night shift, charging COVID prices. Name of the game, cop it and get it out. What's my excuse? The number's high. Nigga, it's still a drought, flipping fish like it's whitening and trout. Never did it for clout. Let these niggas know what I'm about. Leave a legacy in the culture, stamp the gang, and I'm out.
Jesus. That was fucking cooked. Solid. Very, very solid. So this was very much like a Money Green Music kind of anthem here. For sure. Like this was something similar to it. Like you could totally relate this to like an anthem or something that's like, you know, representative of Money Green Music, like for sure. But I love the cypher style here as well. But let's break this down. We're gonna talk about 3 motherfucking things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Copyright Claim. So, kind of an interesting track title, because I was definitely waiting for like the Copyright Claim kind of punchline. So this was really interesting, really interesting. But let's talk instrumental here. This one's more of I I wouldn't say it's reminiscent of like classical hip hop, you know, bringing a more modern style. This is definitely a more modern trap style, you know what I mean? With like a slightly more evil kind of tone, definitely a more darker tone, but definitely a modern trap style nonetheless, which I like cuz Skino likes to switch up the instrumental style, you know what I mean? It's not always kind of like classical boom bap with like some um modernized kind of samples. It's always kind of a little bit of a variety from Skino and Money Green Music, so um I like this choice a lot. And again, it brings that kind of cipher feel, and um I do feel like the instrumental really gave it that foundation, to be honest with you. If I'm being completely honest with you, my friends. So, the instrumental, very, very solid choice. Definitely such a Money Green Music instrumental, without a doubt. But let's talk vocals. So, 3 verses on here, and they're all slightly different, but I feel like all of Money Green Music really did an excellent job like making this into an anthem. 100%. Like I without a doubt feel like they did such a good job letting their own style shine here, but coming together and make like a sort of like an anthem or almost like a cipher style of a track. Um I feel like that was really well done here as well. But before we get into that, let's talk a little bit about the mix. Again, the mix is solid. I can't recall the last time I've kind of had any gripes with a Skino B mix or anything from Money Green Music, to be honest with you, because we've reviewed and reacted to Melman. We've reviewed a couple of Money Green Music members. So Skino's no different, right? I do feel like Skino has a really good lock on and engineering and kind of mixing style for sure. But diving deeper into this track and more of the vocal sides of things, I do feel like Money Green Music did a really good job keeping the cipher kind of team anthem going on here. Especially with the verse order, each verse got more and more, I wouldn't say like serious, but like it definitely like leveled up with the amount of like the amount of attitude, the amount of just the amount of like resonation with Money Green Music. Like I felt as the track went on, you felt more and more embedded in Money Green Music. Cuz the track kicks off and you kind of like understand the style for a bit, and then you're like, okay, like by the time the track ends, you feel like you're a part of Money Green Music and you feel like you just listened to an anthem or somewhat of a cipher. And I think they did a really good job with that. Like a really, really good job with that. So this is a great representation of just Money Green Music in general, if I'm being honest with you. So vocals are very, very solid. I think all three absolutely killed it. Now let's dive into the overall theme. I dove into Don't Forget to Water Your Plants aesthetics last week because this is the official project art. But you know, I do feel like it's one of the or I should say it's one of my favorites from MGM, just because it has everything that MGM kind of represents, like a slight peacefulness from like watering plants and things like that, but the fact that the plant is like a money tree and it's sort of like a play on everything. I really feel like this art is nutty. Like it's a really, really good piece of art. But, um, yeah, you guys know how I feel about that. But the overall theme of copyright claim is kind of interesting because, you know, somebody like stealing your work and, you know, filing a copyright claim is like a situation in itself. But when you want to apply that same theory to like other aspects of life, whether it be people being fake, people being frauds, people stealing ideas, people, you know, copying you, things like that. I feel like Copyright Claim was a great track title for this, especially for like the cipher kind of anthem approach that Money Green Music took here. Copyright claim was a nice cap to everything that was touched on this track, from friends to other artists to musicians to just the overall kind of environment of people being snakes and things like that. So it was real interesting to hear all the punchlines and plays on words that were in relation to a phrase like this. With that said, huge shout out to Skino Beat and Money Green Music. Make sure you follow Skino Beat on Spotify. Skino is approaching, or no, Money Green Music is approaching 1.3 on Twitter, so make sure you follow Money Green Music on Twitter as well. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subaroonies, my friends. So make sure you go show love to these artists and the channel if you have not already. And if you have been, and you're dropping likes, you're dropping comments, we see you, I see you, and I appreciate you. And the staff appreciates you here at Music Mondays. Thank you very much, my friends. So, let's continue on. Up next, we have a Music Mondays podcast regular. We've been reacting to a lot of Troy's older tracks, and an artist by the name of Troy Van Dusen, that is. But this week, Troy submitted Inspired Once More, and it's 2023 actually, which is kind of crazy because we've been just diving into Troy Van Dusen throwbacks, like I've said. So this is a more newer Troy track, so I'm very excited. But Troy is a very experimental alternative style producer that we've been reacting to here on the show for quite some time, and Troy has absolutely been killing it from the throwback tracks to more recent tracks. But this week, Troy submitted Inspired Once More, and like I said, it was dropped in 2023, so this is relatively brand new. February 7th to be exact. This is what, like literally like 6 days old, not even a week. So this is awesome. Let's go. Let's get into this. Troy Van Dusen, Inspired Once More. Okay. Okay. Literally. Okay, let's fucking go, Troy, the 8-bit fucking retro demon right here, man. All right. Troy fucking destroyed that. I love where Troy's sound is heading, man. Ryuki doing the 8-bit Pepe emoji in chat. Literally how that fucking song feels like, without a doubt. So, let's break this down. Obviously, no vocals here. So, we're only going to talk about two things. We're talking about the instrumental, and we're going to talk about the overall theme of Inspired Once More. Okay. So, the main kind of chorus of this song, the instrumental, and clocking in at 133, I definitely feel like this was a great kind of change the pace from what we've been reacting to here on the show from Troy, because we've heard the longer kind of tracks from Troy, and not that longer tracks are a bad thing, But especially when it comes to instrumentals, you want your instrumentals to just come in, do their thing, and if you're gonna make them kind of long in storytelling, kind of make the nice structural adjustments to make sure it doesn't get repetitive. And Troy did absolutely just that here. I mean, like I said, clocking in at 133, you get all the angles of Troy in just a minute 33. Um, but before we continue on, let's talk about the mix. There's a lot going on here between the synths, the drums, everything's really cutting through and hard hitting. So I'd say the mix is pretty crisp, to be honest with you. Nothing clashing or too overbearing. That's like, holy shit, you gotta change that. Overall, the mix is very, very solid when it comes to Inspired Once More. Um, but the melodies here and really the hook is something that I love, to be honest with you. Like it's totally like one of the most attractive parts of this song, and it's definitely memorable. But it's almost like Troy's like evolved into like pushing the barrier again. Because in the earlier Troy Van Dusen tracks, you can tell that Troy was just um continuing to push the bar and try to learn new things and trying to like um build up the kind of portfolio. But now with a track like this, you can see that Troy's back to breaking barriers again, trying to improve everything that they're already doing. So that's something I really like about this. But Shining Star got to be the Mel's, and overall the sound selection with the synths. I think everything was really solid here, 100%. Um, so yeah, let's talk theme. Let's talk theme here. Aesthetics. I love, 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 love this cover. What a change from the fucking Bitmoji covers and shit we saw from like the old 2019 tracks. Because I mean, granted, you can't talk about it too much because it's 2019, right? Everybody, starts out different. They do whatever, right? Everybody's first kind of music they make and put out is whatever. But as long as you're improving it and trying to like always up the quality and try to push for new things, you'll always improve. And to go from that to 2023 covers like this, let's go, Troy. Good for you, my friend. But more deeper than that, I definitely feel like it is an inspiring kind of cover, right? Somebody who's awoken and got more inspiration for whatever they enjoy doing, whether it just be life, music, art, fashion, anything like that. Um, just being inspired. So I definitely feel like the cover nailed it as far as a feeling goes. And then, of course, you keep it simple. Track title, Troy Van Dusen up top. Well done. So aesthetics on point. The overall theme, Inspired Once More, again, definitely brings me to like that inspiration kind of feeling. Like I'm definitely inspired listening to this, and I definitely could see how somebody created this while being inspired. You know what I mean? Just hop out of bed, just like, oh shit, I have a little bit of inspiration, and you cook up something like this. It's like climbing a mountain, and then you fucking finally get to the top, and you're like, holy shit, this is exactly what that track kind of feels like. But I feel like Troy was right on the money when it comes to naming this track and titling it, for sure. So with that said, huge shout out to Troy Van Dusen. Thank you so much, Troy, for the submission. Make sure you follow Troy on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Troy on Twitter. Troy is 4 away from 800. Actually, wow, that's a great milestone. Shout out Troy, man. Go show Troy some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in a description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 110 Subroonies on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available. So if you have subbed to the channel, thank you. We see you and we appreciate you. But if you haven't, make sure you go do so. Go show the channel these are some love. God damn it. Continuing on, my friends, we are here live with episode 108 of the Music Mondays podcast. We are continuing on, and we just left off with Troy Van Dusen, and up next we have the homie Grey Doubt. Now, Grey Doubt is exactly what we would consider a first-time submitting artist. This is definitely somebody we have not reacted to and heard from on the show. So I'm definitely excited for this. Grey Doubt submitted a track with a Russian title. Do a live review of Link Yay. Okay. Let's see if we can react to this for Grey Doubt here. Of course, like I said, first time submitting artist, so no real kind of background on this. We'll just go in completely blind and see see what we have here. Bass beat 144 F major. Drum and bass, it's tagged 143. Packing my bags, heading to the motherland. Cold winter nights can't stop my plans. Okay. Grayed out. Bass beat. Let's get into it.
Собираю чемоданы, еду на родину, где холодные зимние ночи не могут помешать моим планам. Я еду в Россию, чтобы принести боль, вызывать кошмары, заставлять их кричать войну. Собираю чемоданы, еду на родину, где холодные зимние ночи не могут помешать моим планам. Я еду в Россию, чтобы принести боль, вызывать кошмары, заставлять их кричать войну. Packing my bags, heading to my motherland. Cold winter nights can't stop my plans. Coming to Russia to bring pain. Call me nightmare, then scream my name. Собираю чемоданы, еду на родину, где холодные зимние ночи не могут помешать моим планам. Я еду в Россию, чтобы принести боль, вызывать кошмары, заставлять их кричать Coming to Russia to bring pain.
That was a trip. That was definitely a fucking trip. Holy shit. Truly a definition of experimental, if I'm being honest with you. A couple of mix of a few different styles. So, let's break this down, my friends. No vocals here, so let's talk instrumental and let's talk overall theme of bass beat. So, starting off with the instrumental, for as many sounds and as wide as this instrumental is, the mix is still pretty solid. Pretty crispy, nothing clashing too bad or overbearing. All around a solid mix for something as extravagant as this instrumental. So the mix is solid. But for the instrumental itself, definitely, like I said, the definition of super experimental. But nonetheless, definitely not a dull moment in this minute 43. Always progressing, always kind of has that roller coaster kind of feel to it where it's always just going up, and it reaches the top, and it kind of climaxes towards the end and wraps itself up. So it definitely does its job when it comes to being a really experimental drum and bass type of instrumental. But it sprinkles in a couple of different styles in here, like a little bit of pop and electronic, just slight influences here or there, and just really bringing in the kind of extra uniqueness to make this a very like unique grayed out track. You know, there's very subtle things here that make this super original, which I like a lot. Now, another thing to note that's really nice about this is clocking in at 143. If you're a first time listener, it's not like a whole 10 minutes of drum and bass, you know what I mean? Because somebody could stumble upon this, they never heard drum and bass, and they're like, what the fuck? But this is very much like a quick track to be able to like get your sound across the board, which I like, you know what I mean? So that's a very redeeming quality about this. But let's continue on. Let's talk about the theme here, the overall theme. Now the cover is an insane fucking cover. This, man, if this track had like a picture in the dictionary, this would be it. 100% this would be it. Like futuristic, electronic, kind of has that like bright bouncy feel to it. I feel like this was like a spot on cover choice, like a spot fucking on cover choice for sure. So the aesthetics there are great. Obviously, we can't read Russian, but I'd assume this title definitely elaborates a little bit more. And then we have somewhat of a verse in the description, and then it's translated into English as well. So I love this. I love this. There's a theme here. It's another producer trying to continue to build their platform and build their sound, and continue to treat themselves like an artist. So I love this a lot. Well done, Grayed Out. Well done. Make sure you follow Grayed Out on SoundCloud. They are 3 away from 150. And of course, make sure you follow Grayed Out on Twitter. They are 6 away from 730 followers. Go show Grayed Out some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subscribers on the main channel. So if you have not, go show the channel some love, my friends. And if you have, we see you and we thank you. Drop them likes, drop them comments, all that good stuff. I thank you, and the Music Monday staff team thanks you as well. So, let's continue on, my friends. I believe we have another first-time submitting artist, 2 in a row. I think we'll have 3 in a row on the show, to be honest with you. Yeah, 3 in a row, and then we have a couple more audio submissions to finish off the night. So let's get into it. Up next, a first-time submitting artist by the name of Mike Body submitted a track titled Grove King Interlude. Okay. Cover is super HD. I like it a lot. Kind of has this like just different style, to be honest. Man Myth Legend. Okay, so this is a track from Man Myth Legend, and it's titled Grove King Interlude. First time submitting artist, Mike Body. Let's get into it.
Yeah. I remember that growing up. I remember Brad used to have the legend, the gold accurate. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. All he wanted to be was a Grove King.
Okay.
All he wanted to be was a Grove King. Pretty women and dressed in the finer things. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. Pretty women and dressed in the finer things. My phone just cracked, falling to the ground. But shout out to the Mrs. Brown, how she hold it down. And man, my timeline flooded, but I never drowned. I used to have a crush on her way before the vows. Top color brown, moved in my part of town. Started off around the Sandtown's proving grounds. And then I graduated, made it to my cousin Mound. But Landville and Fulton buildings are abandoned now. Cause all he wanted to be was a Grove King. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. Pretty women and dressed in the finer things. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. Pretty women and dressed in the finer things. My Black Bull album got me acting violent. So shout out to the homies that survived the police lineup. The ex-convicts, man, they used to push the product. So the music must be dope when it's on the docket. Dirt Porter pocket status was my role model. It's family over everything, that's my whole motto. And as a small-time hustler, I done dated diamonds. I used to have them screaming Poplar Grove in Howard County. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. Pretty women and dressed in the finer things. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. All he wanted to be was a Grove King. Pretty women and dressed in the finer things.
He fell in love with the glitz and the glamour. The big whips and the scammers. Late night, making profits on a mountain bike. With visions and goals of reaching to higher heights. Took profits, he copped it and chopped it and bagged it up. Precise with his math, he made it all add up. Now the Grove know his name. Kneel down and kiss the ring. All hail the Grove King. King Medulla. 600 King.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Such like a raw style, but there's definitely a lot of talking points here, for sure. So, let's get into it. First time submitting artist Mike Body. Definitely has like this raw, like hip hop element to it, but it brings that little slight experimental juice, which I find very pleasing for sure. But let's break this one down. We're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Grove King Interlude. So the instrumental, right off rip, this mix is really good. I like the 808s a lot. As a matter of fact, I think the drums are the shining star for me when it comes to this instrumental. I like the choice a lot. It cuts through nicely. Nothing's clashing too overbearing or anything like that. I would say the only thing that sticks out to me is the melody. I would have, you know, switch that sound out for like something slightly different because the bell is like very memorable in an interesting way. I feel like the sound selection there was interesting for sure. But overall the drums were like the main focus of this instrumental. So that didn't really affect it too much. I would say the drums in particular, the 808 was really really good. Um Again, the mix very very solid. So the instrumental choice, interesting, but a solid choice nonetheless. And I think the producer did a really good job. Um, let's talk vocals here. Now, vocals are kind of interesting, right? You have a very, kind of simple hook. It's a super simple hook that leaves a very wide chance for verses to be absolutely crazy. And that's exactly what happened to this track. I feel like the hook was super simple and kind of easy to get behind. And then the verses left the door open for them to be so fucking like really intricate and really left the door open for Mike and the feature to really go crazy on this. 100%. So with that said, um, one thing I want to touch on before we continue is the mix. The vocal mix for both of them is really solid, really solid. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Again, the instrumental cuts really nicely with the vocals. Everything's solid for sure. But like I said, the hook was more on the simple side, but it left room for the verses to be really crazy, which I feel like Mike really capitalized on, if I'm being honest with you. Like, really, like, took no shorts when it came to writing verses for this, and kind of had, like, a more simple approach when it comes to the hook, especially for, like, an interview, or an interlude, right? Like, because you don't want to go, like, super crazy for an interlude, or maybe you just haven't, like, had this track that you cooked up. It's, like, not, like, that great for a single, but you want to put it on your album. This is exactly the result of that. You know what I mean? You have these kind of tracks where that'll happen, and I feel like this is a perfect track for an interlude, without a doubt. But I'd have to say the shining star here for me has got to be the structure. You have your basic songwriting structure here, but the way that everything is delivered and dropped, I feel like was a really nice touch. So the engineer and everybody involved did a good job with that for sure. So let's talk theme here. Now Grave King Interlude, aesthetically, is off of the Man Myth Legend album by Mike Body. So this is actually an album cover, and I think this is a great album cover, especially for something in 2023 that you like just recently dropped. It's fresh, it's modern, it's new. It kind of has this like different art style approach. Like, it's very HD, but it has this like different kind of like raw style. Very much, you know, what you get from the Grave King Interlude. So I do feel like the sound and the art matches for sure. But let's talk overall theme. Grove King Interlude is interesting because it's almost like a personal track that everybody can get behind, right? Like not everybody knows what a Grove King is, or like, you know, what a Grove King means to like Mike Body, and like what the significance is. But because it's such an anthem, I feel like so many people could get behind the bars and the lyrics behind Grove King Interlude. I really feel like people relate to that aspect of like wanting to be, you know, either the best, accomplish their goals, like do things they never did before. Like Grove King Interlude definitely reminds me of that kind of like triumphant feeling and kind of working towards what you want to achieve. And like I said, even if you can't like relate necessarily to the lyrics themselves, you can relate to the idea behind them, which I think is a really, really good testament to Mike Body's songwriting. Um, so well done. Huge, huge shout out to Mike Body. Thank you so much for the submission, homie. Much, much motherfucking love. And of course, make sure you follow Mike Body on Spotify, and make sure you follow Mike Body on Twitter. Mike Body is 3 away from 490. That is a great, great milestone. So make sure you go show Mike some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to Music Wonders YouTube channel if you have not already, my friends. We are 3 away from 110 Subaroonies, so make sure you go show these artists, the channel, some love. And by the way, we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good shit is available on the channel, so make sure you go check the channel out. Alright? Alright. So, my friends, let's continue on. I believe we have about 4 audio submissions left, and we're moving on to our media submissions. So, up next we have Young Trill Soul, Golden Sunshine. Now, this is another first-time submitting artist, but this is also an artist that we've placed on a few SoundCloud Sunday playlists before. So I'm definitely excited for this. Let's see what we have here. Now, Young Trill sent in Mud. Now, obviously, first time submitting artist, so we're going in blind. 8 days ago. So yeah, super, super new. A Young Trill Soul, Mud, first time submitting artist. Let's get into it.
Bunch of mud, rainfall, it's not a drought. Let me count me in, you count me out. I done got all money covered, I'm splashing now. Got my eyes closed, you gon' ask me how. I just tied a Bo Peep, this not last week's bow. Popped the bubble gum and met Wrigley's house, I just met a hoe. She said dig me out. Hung up the phone and met a pygmy's house. The traffic was mild, if anything, when they beat me down. Yeah, Louis Vuittons. You gon' beat me how? Whoa. Keep every eye safe to see the clowns. Let Bo Peep loose, fuck it, I took a vow. I just keep it judicial, I don't know who on trial. Yeah, got a bunch of mud, rainfall, it's not a drought. Let me count me in, you count me out. I done got all money covered, I'm splashing now. Got my eyes closed, you gon' ask me how. I just tied a Bo Peep, this not last week's bow. Popped the bubble gum and met Wrigley's house, I just met a hoe. She said dig me out. Hung up the phone and met a pygmy's house. The traffic was mild, if anything, when they beat me down. Yeah, I set the appointment. You gon' see me now. Whoa. Sharpen the iron, I really like the greasy sound. Stare in amazement, you gon' see me pound. I think I can fade into Fiji now. Yeah, got a bunch of mud, rainfall, it's not a drought. Let me count me in. Let me come.
Damn. Alright, one more. I like the way they came in and just cut it off. Okay. So, slightly experimental, but kind of bringing like a new style. You know what I mean? This is interesting. This is very interesting. So, let's break this one down. Let's talk about 3 motherfucking things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. Let's talk about the overall theme of Mud. So, the instrumental, man, wow. This instrumental, first of all, I love the choice, but this producer really, really killed this. Like, really, really killed this. Um, let's talk mix. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. I'd really say that again. The drums are maybe one of my favorite parts, but to be honest with you, this melody's too clean. Like this melody's too clean. It's got this like kind of interesting ambience to it. So the drums and Mel are both just really, really stellar. The instrumental structure is really well done as well. Um, so solid choice. Solid choice. Let's talk vocals though. Vocals are interesting because it kind of has this like offbeat style with like a really crisp mix, but the punchlines are so fucking crazy. Like the writing is nuts. That's why I say like this mix of like technical like styles and tricks is very interesting. Very, very interesting when put together like this. Because it sounds like Trill Soul has like this like this this well put together seasoned style, almost as if this has been done for like such a long time. Like they've been developing this kind of style for a while, which I really like. You know what I mean? It has this veteran kind of feel to it, which is great. So I love that about this. But I'd have to say the writing here is definitely a shining star for me. Writing is a huge deal for this track. Because some of the offbeat shit doesn't work if you're just talking bullshit, but I feel like Trill Soul was absolutely spitting here. So it kind of went well with the offbeat kind of style, and then you mix it with um this kind of like real catchy ambient kind of instrumental that's like slightly hard hitting. It really makes for a nice track. Like really, really well done. Just because it's so unique. It's so unique. So the instrumental choice, excellent, vocals, excellent. Let's talk theme. Um I love the cover, right? Because again, it's super minimalistic and it you get the point like right across. The track is titled Mud. You kind of have mud in the fashion of like a blood splatter or a mud splatter, if you will. So again, well done. Like if you don't want to go super detailed, you can end up with like a really sick cover for the least taxing of your energy. Like you just won't get taxed making some shit like that. So I feel like that was a really good choice. 100%. Um But Mud again is kind of one of those interesting overall themes where you kind of take a phrase, some wordplay, or something like that, and really expand on it. And I feel like that's really what was done here. Because there's a couple of ways to discuss the mud, getting out the mud, going into the mud. Like there are a lot of like phrases and wordplay going on in this track that really like show off the songwriting skill just because you take like a simple kind of phrase or theme and you break it down into a story and you're like, okay, like this is called mud, but why is it called mud? And you're really expanding upon all these ideas because like you don't go in writing like with a theme like that, but if you notice yourself kind of writing a song about something, it makes sense to call something like this mud. And I think that was a really, really great choice because you can just understand where Young Trill was coming from. So with that said, huge shout out to Young Trill. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Young Trill on SoundCloud. They are 3 away from 260. And make sure you follow Young Trill Soul on Twitter. They are approaching 1.2K on Twitter as well. Make sure you go show Young Trill some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure to subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subscribers on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast, episodes, exclusive segments, exclusive tracks, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So if you have already subbed to the channel, thank you. And we see you dropping comments, likes, all that good stuff. And if you haven't, make sure you go show the channel these artists some love, man. Let's get it. I hope we're all chilling. I hope we're all well. Happy motherfucking Monday. We are back here live with episode 108 of the Music Mondays podcast, my friends. Let's go. So we have 3 audio submissions left, and it's 3 absolute killers, regular Music Mondays submitting artists. So let's dive into our next submission. Hey, I'm pumped. I hope y'all enjoy. Let's get it, TDG. Happy Music Monday. Let's fucking get it, Ryuki. we're just like that late night Monday bar that's open, you know what I mean? Like no other like store or like restaurant or club is open. We're open here on a Monday, okay? We're here, all right? We're the place to go. Okay? God damn it. Let's fucking get it, chat. All right. let's fucking hop right back into this. Up next we got the homie TDG. TDG has been killing it. Especially in 2023. TDG had a really good 2022 from what we reacted to and saw here on the show, but 2023 has been even better. Things from you know, tracks for science projects and classes and collabs with Cole and so many other really, really good projects. But TDG submitted a track titled The Pot. Brought and performed by me, TDG, mixed and mastered by Cole. I got a plan. Let's see what happens when the time actually comes, though. Okay. Pop this open in a new tab. Let's see what we got here. 7 days ago, so brand spanking new. Kind of have this, like, comic book style artwork right here. I love this. I love this a lot. Kind of like vintage, but, like, modern. I like the art a lot. So yeah, 7 days ago, brand new. I have a plan, but we'll choose to see when the time comes. Produced and performed by me, mixed and mastered by Cole Gerard. Interesting. Okay. Let's fucking get it. TDG, The Pot.
Not to play some other time.
No bitch right now. Yeah. Hey, I just be chasing the bag, ain't no bitches. Facing the facts that life and I will finish. Only one way out, I see one image. Let's get these digits, then I'll divvy the pot. First to the fam, especially mom. Next to the world, all tell stories never told. A man who don't believe in gold. Nothing can touch his soul, I'll make it behold. Thick skin, I ain't cold. Yeah, bring on the devil, I am bold. Yeah, shit. I mean on the other side, I could close the tide and cut the ties. Yeah, live life, party all night like what a life. Then wake up in the morning in the underlands. My underpants, decisions I understand. My actions take another stand. Death is death, ain't no other plan. A realm of undiscovered land. I just be chasing the bag, ain't no bitches. Facing the facts that life and I will finish. Only one way out, I see one image. Let's get these digits, then I'll divvy the pot. First to the fam, especially mom. Yeah. Calling the plays of my coach K Duke shit. I can prove and do this. In my city, making movements. The early bird gets the worm, so I'm on my cockle doodle do shit. Yes, I'll wake y'all up. Take this dub, walking with my back against the sun. Doo-doo-doo-doo, my chopper go doo-doo-doo-doo. Hey, I just be chasing the bag, ain't no bitches. Facing the facts that life and I will finish. Only one way out, I see one image. Let's get these digits, then I'll divvy the pot. First to the fam, especially mom. Next to the world, I'll tell stories never told. Man who don't believe in gold, nothing can touch his soul. I'll make a behold, thick skin, I ain't cold. Bring on the devil, I am bold.
Damn. Okay. TDG's just gonna come in, fucking do that to us, and just fucking dip and leave? TDG, you gonna do us like that? Sheesh. Alright. Let's break this one down. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of The Pot. Okay, so referring back to the caption here, prod and performed by me, mixed and mastered by Cole Gerard. So without a doubt, you can already tell that this mix was super, super crisp. You know, no surprise there, right? Especially with Cole being on the track, not really a shocker. But as far as the instrumental itself goes, TDG has such a way to craft his instrumentals that's like so fucking tippable, because a lot of these are super experimental and like unconventional, and I feel like TDG has like such a really specific way of being able to like channel that style. Like that's why self-produced artists are they're not like the be all end all, but they're so underrated in the aspect that like they have such an ability to pinpoint their style, right? And sometimes the other artists have trouble finding beats or whatever, but TDG has like such a unique style that I feel like that'll never be a problem. You know what I mean? Especially if this gets like expanded upon and things like that. But as far as the instrumental goes itself, I really like the sound selection a lot. I feel like everything's complementing each other here. Everything sounds very like similar and in line and very much like on brand for TDG. It has that like slight experimental style, but everything is very complementing towards one another. And I think the melody is very, very memorable just because it's very catchy as well. But all in all, the instrumental, very stellar. Well done. Well done on the instrumental. Absolutely. So let's talk vocals. Again, mixed by Cole Gerard, so no shocker that this is very crisp. Nothing slashing to overbearing. I like the way the vocals sit on the instrumental. Everything about this is very tight. 100% very tight. So, I think like the number one shining star for me here has got to be the writing. Like the writing is wow, cuz like the delivery is really, really interesting, and it kind of goes with the experimental style of the instrumental. But if you're really trying to like break this one down, and really like listen and understand what TDG is trying to convey in this track, their writing is so good. And that's been something that we've been noticing a lot with TDG tracks is the writing is just like a fucking one. Like that's the thing I like the most about a lot of TDG tracks is regardless of what the track's about, you can always count on the writing being very up to standard for sure. So shining star here for the vocals is the writing. I love the writing here. And then the delivery to back it up is really good as well. So let's talk theme. Now the cover, like I said, kind of like has this modern comic booky style, which I really like for TDG. Especially with like how many like fantasy references are in not only this track but in many TDG tracks. Like there are a lot of like fantasy references and a lot of like subtle lines. So yeah, I really enjoyed this a lot. Simple but effective. You know what I mean? TDG, you got the pot, boom, you're good to go. It's super HD. I love the quality. So the overall theme, the pot is something that's like again kind of interesting because it's a very like metaphorical kind of track about the pot of gold and either at the end of the rainbow or just the things that you do to get certain riches and like why you do certain things, and essentially a big track about money in itself, but it's kind of playing it differently, and TDG kind of presents it to you in a different way. It's not all conspiracy like, it's more on the fantasy kind of aspect of things and really brings it into a different light. And that's one thing you can always count on TDG for, is bringing certain subjects into like a different light and not really like thinking about it differently, but just presenting it differently. And you can really get behind that. You know what I mean? You can really get behind that. So again, another well thought out TDG theme that's backed up by really well written lyrics, if I'm being honest. So with that said, huge shout out to TDG. Thank you so much for the submission, homie. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow TDG on SoundCloud. They are 8 away from 1K. And of course, make sure you follow TDG on Twitter. TDG is literally 9 followers away from 160. So go show TDG some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 110 subroonies, my friends, so go show these artists and the channel some love. And if you already have, thank you. I see you showing love, dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. And if you have not, we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, so go check out the channel if you like what you see. Go drop us a sub. Bless up, thanks y'all. You're very welcome, my friend. Thank you for your submission. Much motherfucking love. So, up next, we have another artist who's been absolutely killing it as far as their submissions go recently. Surge has been really, really killing it as far as being a regular submitting artist, but also a very active member in the Music Mondays community. Bringing in a couple of different cloud influence alternative styles. But this week, Surge submitted a track from their latest project titled Dreamcast. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Cover is stellar. I like this cover a lot. Definitely brings that like void kind of space feeling, like we mentioned a couple times. And then you add the parental advisory logo. Yeah. Cover's excellent for sure. Album 224, Woozy, produced, mixed, and mastered by me. Lyrics, okay, we got some lyrics in the description. We love that. Let's get into it. This made it in SoundCloud Sunday, volume 68. Shout out SoundCloud Sunday, baby. We putting all the fucking gems in there. Okay. So, let's get into this. Surge Dreamcast.
Floating in the air, like I didn't fucking care. You should've seen me there, because I'm never elsewhere. I'm gliding in the Dreamcast, where I'm dreaming when I'm going way back. If you see me now that I realize, all you do, you gotta catch it right back. I am not a real human. I am not a real human. I am not a real human. I'm floating in the air. I'm not the biggest bird, I'm gliding up nowhere. This is all a dream, just all a program. In my system, I don't really see them. If you tell me I ain't tripping when you're really sure. If you tell me what you listen, it's no hear them. I am not here for creation. Never heard a good reason. I'm gliding in a Dreamcast, where I'm dreaming while I'm going way back. If you see me now, I realize all in 3D, gotta catch you right back. I am a disappointment. I really need to listen. I'm tired of playing pretend.
Gas. Vibes only. Really good outro. Had to let that ride out. Okay. Well done. This might be my favorite track from Surge. I think this is really interesting. Okay, so let's break this one down. We're gonna talk about three things here. We'll talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, and we'll talk about the overall theme of Dreamcast. So, the instrumental, very simple, but the thing with this is it's very wide and it's taking up a lot of space, right? So sometimes you don't necessarily need a ton of sounds on certain instrumentals. Sometimes you just need to make sure that it's mixed enough and like filling enough space, right? So you can have like one or two synths and like a couple background sounds, and as long as it's wide enough, you can do a track justice. And this is a perfect example of that, right? Like you didn't need a ton of drums, you didn't need X, Y, or Z. This instrumental itself was really good on its own and definitely had enough personality based off of what it had. But I think my shining star here for this instrumental itself is the sound selection. I like how everything blends really well together. Everything just complements each other very nicely. But I think the sound selection was spot on here. So the instrumental, very well done. Let's talk vocals here. Vocal mix again, very um clean. Like it's like very clean. Like it has like this crisp kind of flavor to it, and you can tell that Surge is like bringing this like sort of creative aspect to it where they want themselves to sound a certain way, and they're bringing in this kind of like different vocal sound, and I'm really here for it. I'd say Shining Star though is the writing. I really really like this writing, kind of like an outer body different experience kind of writing, but at the same time like still very grounded in reality. So I think the writing is very poetic yet still still like it's getting to its point, to be honest with you. Like it's very respectful of feelings here. Like this is a very like um slightly emotional track, but it's very respectful of feelings. And I just enjoy the way that it's written in that fashion, to be honest with you. Because it's kind of blending two different realities, to be honest with you. Like almost a fantasy reality and then, a real life reality as well. So writing is just A1 on that. Definitely something that I enjoyed about this. And then the structure is another really good talking point. I feel like the structure is something that's definitely worth talking about. Um, Especially when you consider the outro and how everything's laid out. Another really, really great talking point there. But continuing on, let's talk about the theme. Aesthetically, like I said, definitely brings that kind of space void vibe. Huge fan of this cover. Slap the parental advisory, slap the logo, you're good to go. You know what I mean? Like a fucking one. It really gets the job done, and the quality's top notch as well. So, um, I definitely think it fits like really perfectly. To be honest with you, um, it's just well done, especially as far as like the vibe goes. 100%. So, the overall theme, much like I said, it has this like splitting kind of reality feeling. Reading and listening to this track like definitely um it definitely like brings you inside Surge's mind, but at the same time it perfectly splits like the augmented kind of slight video game esque reality, and then you have the reality check of like real life and like what's actually going on. So I feel like Dreamcast was not only a perfect title but a great representation of like, going into a video game or online and just kind of getting lost and then going back in reality and realizing where your reality's at. There's a couple different ways you could take this track. And again, that's why writing personal songs is such a great thing, because people can get different ideas from it. And what you overall like put it out for and like what you got from it as an artist could be completely different. Um, so I feel like this is one of those tracks that rides that line really nicely. Um, so I love that a lot. But with that said, huge shout out to Surge. Thank you so much for the submission, homie. Much motherfucking love. And of course, make sure you follow Surge on Twitter. Surge is approaching 330 followers, 5 away. So go show Surge some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 110 subroonies. We are about 3 away, so go show the main channel some love, man. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, underground tips and tricks, exclusive tracks, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And if you have already subbed, my friends, we see you and we appreciate you here at the Music Mondays podcast. So, continuing on, and we are back here live with episode 108 of the Music Mondays podcast. Dreamcast bio screen. I don't know what song fits best for the Blue Wear. Appreciate you. Let's fucking get it, Serge. Much love, my friend. We appreciate you. Let's get it, chat. Let's get it. So, we're chilling. We're back here live with episode 108, and we are finishing off our audio submissions with last but certainly not least, Matt Rocks. Now, if you're new here, you're about to be blown away. But if you're not, you know Matt is continuing to break ceilings and barriers all throughout Matt's personal sound, right? Matt has this really good knack for quite a few styles, but Matt Rocks is an artist that is really just trying to break through more and more barriers, to be honest with you. Extremely, extremely talented and is doing nothing but improving, especially as of recently. But they submitted a track titled Toxica. Our T minus. The cover art's HD as fuck too. That is a really HD cover. As seen on TV next Friday. Okay. As seen on TV next Friday. Okay. Let's get into it. Matt Rocks, a Toxica. This is gonna be crazy.
You can go, you can stay, you can leave. That shit don't mean nothing to me. You can go, you can stay, you can leave. That shit don't mean nothing to me. You can go, you can stay, you can leave. That shit don't mean nothing to me. You can go, you can stay, you can leave. That shit don't mean nothing to me. I said it once, but say it twice, little baby. I swear this love song you drive me crazy. And I'll admit that I've been hurting lately. Ain't tripping on her 'cause she still want my baby. And no one could replace me. She can see the shit clear like it's HD. Let's have it do 1, 3, 2, 3. Side little baby ain't no way in me. Steady on my way to a check. I'm a vet with this shit. Got my fatty and shit. Bitch bomb biz like it be confetti and shit. Need a Glocky on my way like confetti and shit. Oh, gotta learn how to do it on my own.
Damn.
Sorry, babe, but I had to let you go. I ain't fighting for you, baby, not this time. Go ahead, you can call me the bad guy. I know you think about me when your legs go. I thought without you, I'm living my best life. You can go, you can stay, you can leave. That shit don't mean nothing to me. You can go, you can stay, you can leave. That shit don't mean nothing to me. You can go, you can stay, you can leave. That shit don't mean nothing to me. You can go, you can stay, you can leave. That shit don't mean nothing to me. I said it once, but say it twice, little baby. I swear this love song you drive me crazy. And I'll admit that I've been hurting lately. Ain't tripping on her 'cause she still want my baby.
Damn, man. Let's go. See, that was something. That was like one of those like quick Matt Rocks tracks that was like boom, banger. I'm in, I'm out. Catch you later. Like, fuck. Let's go, man. Okay. All right. Let's break this one down. We're talking about three things here. We're talking about the instrumental. We're talking about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of this Matt Rocks track. So, the instrumental, Prod T minus. T minus absolutely killed this. Definitely not a producer that we've seen Matt work with too often, if ever. So, I definitely enjoy this duo a lot. I'd say the Mel's a shining star for me as far as the instrumental goes. Definitely brings that alternative pop flavor for sure. And I noticed that's one of the tags. And it's definitely like such a great genre tag if you had to put one on Matt. Just alternative pop, you know what I mean? Experimental pop, just really pushing the boundaries of alternative trap, alternative pop. Just really pushing that. And you know, like this instrumental choice is such a reflection of that, but most of Matt's instrumentals are a reflection of that, you know, so not uncommon at all. But the instrumental, excellent. T-Minus did a really good job. The melody's definitely a shining star here, for sure. And the drum selection, excellent. That's a really like great talking point, to be honest with you. Everything cuts through really nicely. So drums are a close second. But let's talk vocals. So, Matt's flow and overall cadence on most tracks are just getting fucking crazy. Like, if I'm just gonna be straight up honest, like, it's getting really crazy. It's getting to this, like, freestyle kind of, like, chill point where Matt's so comfortable in his own vocal style that it's like overwhelmingly obvious. And like, I think that confidence is, like, oozing out of Matt Rocks right now. And I think it's a great thing for any artist to have, you know? Like, let's be honest, like that's like seriously like a really good trait, you know what I mean? Because like you always want to like push yourself and like try to get yourself some like different styles and try to just like improve your tool set now. But Matt's always making new strides, and this one right here in particular, I love the flow and cadence. Like I love the flow and cadence because the instrumental set the stage for that, and Matt just kind of rode this with ease for sure. So the flow and cadence throughout this whole thing was really nice, to be honest. Writing's definitely a really close second. Um, Definitely another great talking point there, but Matt's always really good at writing. Um, the delivery and the flow of this track are very important as well. So both of those you could consider shining stars, 100%. But let's talk about the overall theme here. Aesthetically, I love how HD this cover is, but it's super simple. Um, just some real basic kind of um cover art that like does the song justice, right? Because it's a memorable cover. It does it really like it just gets the job done. But the song makes it like 10 times better, so now you just love the cover. You know what I mean? Like it just makes the cover pop that much more. So I love the simple choices like these for sure. But the overall theme, um definitely, it's not like a love ballad, but it's definitely like, again, a more emotional Matt Rocks track for sure. But it's always in a style where Matt has this like certain like attitude and like um just overall like outlook of things that are very interesting based on like where Matt's at personally. So like you'll always be able to like place yourself in Matt Rock's shoes here. Like that's the one thing you can always count on with almost any Matt Rock's track is like you'll be able to feel what Matt's feeling, like for sure. And as long as you keep putting like your emotions and your kind of mindset onto the track, you could just always have like the best results, bro. You're just gonna forever have the best results because it's always from the heart. You know what I mean? It's always from the heart. So that's what I love about this is much like a lot of other Matt Rocks tracks, this is another one where Matt kind of laid some feelings on the track and really made it a consistent, constructive, well structured track. So well fucking done. Huge shout out to Matt motherfucking Rocks. Make sure you follow Matt Rocks on SoundCloud. Matt is approaching 1.9. They just hit 1.8. Let's get it, Matt. They're approaching 1.9 though. Go show Matt some love on SoundCloud. And of course, make sure you follow Matt Rocks on Twitter at Rockstar. Matt is approaching 20 followers. This is Matt's brand new Twitter. Go show Matt some love, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every motherfucking episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already, my friends. We're approaching 110 sub earnings. So make sure you go show the channel and these artists some love. And if you haven't, make sure you go do so. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go show the channel and these artists some love, man. Let's fucking get it, chat. So, we are back here live with episode 108 of the Music Mondays podcast, and we have finished our audio portion of the podcast. So, up next, We have our first media submission of episode 108, and it's none other than my good friend Mild Goth Daddy, aka MGD. So as of recently, Mild has been expanding into taking photos and more so photo editing and creating covers for potential singles and truly just expanding into finding his own style when it comes to taking photos, cover arts, edits, things like that. So Mild actually submitted a whole Imgur portfolio, which we're going to take a look at and see what Mild has been going on in the portfolios, my friends. So let's take a look. See, this was like the first one. This edit right here was like the first one that Mild had ever sent. Because for those of you who don't know, before Mild started editing covers and photos, Mild is also a speedrunner on the side, and that's how we became mutuals and friends. And this was the first cover that Mild had shared to me, and I was like, wait a minute, this is actually super fucking hard. I was like, hold on. And ever since then, Mild has been going really, really crazy. But this is one of my favorites from Mild, 100%. Another really good favorite. Mild just knows the shots, to be honest with you. Like, not a lot of people can go out and take shots and just kind of like have the appropriate vision for it. This is another shot right here that proves that Mild has the vision, 100%. And again, the slight edit on it is great. And the grab bong with the roses is just an art piece in itself. Literally just an art piece in itself, to be honest. But like the edit's great on it too. Like, it's simple, but it's not too much. You know what I mean? I'm not like the biggest fucking fan of Mild style, like 100%. And as Mild like truly develops this style, it's gonna become more and more mature. But shout out to Grab Bong, man. I haven't touched one of those in ages, bro. That's crazy. This one kind of reminds me of Blair Witch slightly, but I love the black and white on this. I feel like the black and white was a really good touch, a really, really good touch. And I feel like this album is like a really good representation of Mild as well. Like, the aesthetics are just wow. But that's another favorite of mine as well. This one's pretty crazy. This one's definitely pretty fucking crazy. Like, the photography is something I would love to expand on more here on the show. So if you have any photography friends or anything like that, definitely tell them to submit to the show because we'll be happy to react to them and give them some spotlight for sure. But the black and white style is definitely a really nice touch. A really, really nice touch. Again, perfect. Kind of reminds me of Blair Witch again. This one's fucking nuts. I don't even think I've seen this one, actually. This one's really crazy. Holy shit. Yeah, that might be a close second for a favorite, man. Dude, Mild captures the southern goth style so fucking well, bro. Like, so well. This one, and it's just got like the slight edit to make it look like a Polaroid kind of like folded piece of paper look, man. Oh, come on. Come on. Now, this is definitely like inside of a church, and it reminds me of a game I used to speedrun, called The Suicide of Rachel Foster. And well, I still do speedrun it, but it's been since like December. But regardless, this reminds me of that church so much. So that shot's really nice, to be honest with you. Another graveyard shot. Fresh too. It's like kind of subtle, slightly eerie, but like somewhat peaceful as well. Now, these are the more recent pieces that Miles started like glitching out a lot, which I definitely like this style a lot. I like the mix of both, right? Because it goes from like the sort of slight edits to like the black and white style to like the ultimate deep fried glitch edits, which are really sick, really really fucking sick. Yeah, this one especially, just because it has the blend, has the perfect blend. Oh wait, this one's crazy. I don't even think I see this one either. What the fuck? Holy shit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I like this one a lot because of the sky as well. But if you look at the grass down bottom, it brings that retro vintage feel like heavily. So that one's really well done. And then boom, that's the end of the road. Let's fucking go, Mild. Yeah, so Mild's an upcoming cover artist, cover designer. Obviously, Mild's just starting out, so make sure you follow Mild on Twitter. Make sure you follow Mild on Instagram at MildGotDaddy on all platforms. You can join the Indie Horror Speedruns Discord, where me and Mild also run a wonderful basically platform for indie horror speedruns. We've been building that up. Mild's also been building up the underground repertoire. Mild's been kind of going in on all sorts of things. So you'll be seeing Mild's name a lot around the underground, 100%. So go show Mild some love, goddammit. And of course, make sure you follow MildGotDaddy on Twitter. And make sure you go hit Mild up. I'm sure Mild will be down to work for covers and things like that. So go show Mild some love, my friends. And of course, like I said, follow MildGotDaddy on Twitter. Mild is 10 followers away from 30. So go show Mild some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subaroonies on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available. So go show the channel and these artists some love. And if you already have, thank you, my friends. I appreciate it, and we appreciate it here at Music Mondays. And we're back here live with episode 108. How are we doing, my friends? How are we doing, chat? How are we? We have been live for damn near almost 4 hours, and we have 2 submissions left, my friends. Those shots are dope. I wholeheartedly agree, Offspring. And welcome. Happy Monday. I hope you're well. Welcome on in, my friend. So, speak of the devil, we have Offspring Mysterious up next for our next media submission. Very first video of my music art adventures. So, for those of you that don't know Offspring, Offspring is not only a music producer, Offspring is also a editor, a designer, a photographer, a filmer, and a whole lot of other titles, if I'm being honest with you. Offspring is a really, really multi-talented creative out here that I've had a lot of faith in for a while. So, I'm definitely excited to see what Offspring cooked up for us this week. And like the caption says, very first video of my music art adventures. Okay. Let's pop this open and see what we got. So we're gonna bump up the quality. We're gonna full screen. And we're getting into it. Music art, Spellbound, Offspring, Mysterious. Offspring's like, what the fuck? Oh shit. Wait, this edit is great. What the fuck? Wait, that was great. Holy shit. That was like super like short and sweet and to the point. Like that was like bam, what's up? Okay. And of course from the original track by Offspring, Spellbound, which is about 4 years old, so what a throwback. Okay, okay, okay. Holy shit. Yeah, see, I love that. I love that you're making content for older tracks like this. Well fucking done. Good times remembering this song. RP the GOAT levels, wish I could know more about. Oh, damn. Damn. Got some fucking love in the comments too, man. Holy shit. The first song I ever dropped as a producer. Let's fucking go, Offspring. Let's go. So, like, this is like what started the Offspring mysterious journey here. Wow. Because 4 years ago, yeah, like, holy shit. Wow. Well fucking done. Well fucking done. Yeah, so let's talk about the instrumental and let's talk about the visual. Um, Especially for like a first instrumental, this is really crazy. Really, really crazy. For one, the mix is fucking great. And the way that everything is structured is excellent. Like really, really fucking excellent. Especially what clocking in. I think the original track clocked in at uh so 348. And wow, okay. So really fucking well done. Like the structure from just the minute 44 snippet, excellent. Structure's got to be the shining star here for sure. But the overall kind of style of this is really well done. Really, really fucking well done. The drums are definitely a close second, but the drums are very good support for sure. But I think one thing to really note about this is the overall visual. Like this visual again is the start of something really dope, really really dope. So this came out in January and we have yet to react to this one, but this one really did this series justice, to be honest with you, because it's kind of kicked off everything that we've started to see from Offspring. So I really like that about this. I really really like that about this. And the descriptions and everything is always so well thought out, especially with just the overall visual and track description. But then always filled up, man, always filled up. You got your credits, you got your contact, boom, you're good to go. So this was a great start to this, a really really great start. Simple but super super effective. And Offspring, as we all know, has been going in with music art, so I'm definitely excited to keep these rolling in on the Music Mondays podcast. And with that said, huge, huge shout out to Offspring Mysterious. Make sure you subscribe to Offspring Mysterious on YouTube if you have not already. Offspring finally pushed over that 100 hump and is now at 101. Congratulations, Offspring. Let's fucking go, my friend. And of course, make sure you follow Offspring Mysterious on Twitter. Offspring is 2 away from 840. So make sure you go show Offspring some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every motherfucking episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go show the channel and these artists some love. And if you already have, we see you and we appreciate you. The likes, the comments, all that good stuff. We see you guys running up the drops. And myself and the staff appreciate you dearly. Thank you guys. Thank you. I got y'all a banger next week. Let's fucking get it, Offspring. I am fucking down, my friend. Keep killing it, man. I look forward to your drops every week. So let's fucking get it, baby. Much love, Offspring. Much fucking love. So, one last submission for the night, and it is our last media submission as well. A first-time submitting artist by the name of Lil Wet Wet submitted 003, which is a music video by Lil Wet Wet. So that's why I was like, oh shit, we get to dive into this all at once right now. So I was like, bet, say less. So I'm very very interested here. Shot by Bedhead and Lil Wet Wet, edited and directed by Lil Wet Wet, set design by Lil Wet Wet. Okay. Got some love in the comments. Came out February 4th. Alright. Full volume. Obviously first time submitting artist, so we're gonna go in completely non-biased. Or completely blind, I should say. And let's get into it. Lil Wet Wet 003. Huh. Dude, this video is fucking heat. Wow. Holy shit. Produced by Meadows, shot by Bedhead and Lil Wet Wet. That's
Who else got it, huh?
That's cooked. That is so cooked. Like, this was really fucking well done. Like, holy shit. So, like, this was uploaded on Pattern's channel, produced by Meadows, but it's titled Lil Wet Wet. But Patterns is Lil Wet Wet. Okay. So I'm seeing what's going on here, I think. So Vanish is a collective, okay, is a team. Okay. I see what's going on there. Patterns, Lil Wet Wet, Lost Core Visionary. Okay. Huh. Alright, okay. So, wow. Let's break this one down. Alright, so we're gonna talk about two things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about the visual. Because obviously no vocals and no cover and theme to go off of here. So we're gonna talk about the instrumental and we're gonna talk about the visual here. The instrumental was fucking nuts. Like, when I say nuts, truly nuts. But there's a bigger point I want to talk about here in a second. But the instrumental, really, really well mixed. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Shining Star, 100% the melody. Close second got to be the drums and the bass. Like, the sound selection overall was so well done. So Meadows did a really good job on this. Like, this instrumental is fucking stellar. So yeah, the choice and how the instrumental was laid out was really, really nice. Kind of bringing like this alternative, slight like EDM kind of like experimental style. But it's not pushing like trying to be like another genre. It's definitely very experimental, but keeping its roots, which is really nice. especially as far as the sound goes. It definitely keeps the roots. But talking about the visual, I love this so much just for an instrumental track. Like, this is a fucking insane visual for an instrumental track. This is exactly what every producer, every artist should be doing. Like, obviously, not everybody can do it up to this quality, standard, etc., whatever. But this is what you need to be doing because this is so fucking well done. Really, really well done, especially for like what's mainly an instrumental, and it's so well produced and directed. And like the thing about Lil Wet Wet is like obviously this is the first time submitting artist, so we just went in blind, right? And one thing that I love about this is they're not camera shy, you know what I mean? They're very comfortable in front of the camera, and that's like the number one thing you notice when you watch somebody's videos for the first time is if they're comfortable in front of the camera. And Lil Wet Wet absolutely incredibly comfortable in front of the camera, which I thought, instantly I was like, okay, that's a W. Like, that's a huge W. And then the rest was gravy, like flowed like water. Super simple visual, especially with the set, but it's so high quality in the way it's filmed. And like, I guess you could say like the delivery of all these shots are like perfect, like really, really perfect. And like Lil Wet Wet's like very comfortable in this video. Like, that's the main thing I love about this. But the fact that this is even being filmed for, like, what's mainly an instrumental is fucking amazing. Like, we need more producers. We need more artists out here doing shit like this for instrumentals. And keep putting on for producers, you know what I mean? Because this is, like, I love this. I 10 out of 10 love this. So really, really fucking well done. Really well done. With that said, huge shout out to Lil Wet Wet. Huge shout out to Patterns. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you go sub to Patterns on YouTube. They are 4 away from 270. And of course, make sure you follow Patterns on Twitter. They are 7 away from 320. So make sure you go show Patterns some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 110 stubberoonies. Make sure you go show these artists and the channel some love. And if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good shit is available on the channel, man. So go show the channel these artists some love, god damn it. And if you already have been, and you're already subbed, we appreciate you. And thank you. I see you dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. With that said, my friends, that concludes our reactions and reviews for episode 108. I hope you all had a wonderful night. I hope you enjoyed. If you submitted, I hope you enjoyed your reaction. I hope you keep grinding. And huge shout out to everybody that tuned in and showed love as well. Yeah, man, you guys are amazing. Thank you for all the love this week, man. You guys are just like, god damn it, fucking love you. But we're gonna keep going, right? We have so much to do for the underground and for Music Mondays, and we're gonna keep striving and keep launching these plans properly. We have a lot to get out this week, but before I continue and talk about what's coming for Music Mondays this week, let me just give a huge shout out to everybody that submitted this week. Huge shout out to Yules, SLM, Mild, Offspring, Saint Wave, Blank Thought, Mag 2 Times, Cole, Lil Wet Wet, Bloodcat, Michael Jones, Chainsaw Huey, Money Green Music, Troy Van Dusen, Grey Doubt, Mike Body, Young Trail Soul, TDG, Surge, Matt Rocks, and anybody else that lurked in the chat and hung out with us tonight. Thank you. Much love to every single one of you guys, man. So yeah, let's talk about what's coming. What's going down for the show? What's coming for Music Mondays? What's next? Well, like I said at the top of the show, in case you missed it, monthly will be live this week. So make sure you go check out the Music Mondays homepage at allmusicmondays.com. Expect a brand new recruiting flyer out this week, a new article out on Friday as well. So very much of the same usual drops, but we're expanding out into a couple of really important things here coming springtime and into the next couple of months. Like I said, including YouTube upgrades, show announcements. We're going to be doing a couple of more things. So just make sure you stay tuned. Make sure you follow us on all socials. We have a lot of content to get out this week, like I said, including YouTube. Expect the podcast available on YouTube this Saturday. If you're interested in the audio version will be available every Thursday. So Thursday and Saturdays are your days, my friends. And of course, you can come on here on Twitch and view the VOD if you want, but make sure you go show love to the audio version and the YouTube version of the podcast. Devil Killer, what's good? I hope you're well, my friend. Happy Monday. I hope you're well. Welcome on in. I'm glad you caught the end of the show. So yeah. If you're interested in submitting for episode 109 and you're like, yo, how the fuck do I submit to the show? Make sure you follow All Music Mondays on Twitter. Submissions go live every Tuesday. So make sure you follow us on Twitter and you'll be able to find out all the latest information on Music Mondays. And of course, just follow us on all socials as well. Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, Facebook. You name it, we got it. So go show us some love wherever you hang out on social media. For sure. And SoundCloud Sunday, if you're interested in SoundCloud Sunday, submissions open every Wednesday. So again, make sure you follow us on socials and be out on the lookout for that. Much coming this week, my friends. Much coming this week. So expect a couple of new YouTube uploads. Expect some stuff from our staff. And expect a lot from me as well. So with that said, been your boy Zom Slays. You can follow me at Zom_Slays or Zom Slays on every platform. You can follow Music Mondays at All Music Mondays on every platform. Make sure you visit allmusicmondays.com. You can stream All Music Mondays on all audio platforms. Anchor.fm/allmusicmondays. Just Google us, man. You'll find us. No, I'll just kid. But you will find us, though. So go show us some love on socials, man. We'll be live next week for episode 109. Expect a couple guest episodes of Feature Friday, things like that. Follow us on socials. Stay up to date. Huge shout out to everybody that came through, showed love. Huge shout out to anybody in the chat as well. I love you guys. I love you. Take care. Be safe. And we'll see you next week for episode 109.